as if it was over. You made a way, and we're standing here only because you made a way. When our backs were against the wall and it looked as if it was over, you made a way. And we're standing here only because you made a way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No weapon formed against me.
Me
shall
too?
prosper.
Me too?
Well, no weapon formed against you shall prosper.
Against us.
No weapon formed against us shall prosper. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. God will do what he said he will do. He will stand by his word and he will come through. God will do what he said he will do. He will stand by his word and he will come through. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. God will do what he said.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new with Mr. Brent's Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And it's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
Conscious Talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk.
Your child is beginning to discover the world. It's time to let them explore. Clim 1 Plus contains calcium, iron, and vitamins that support their defenses, helping to promote a healthy immune system and normal growth. After all, your little explorer has the whole world to discover. Clim, your love, their future. Clim 1 Plus is not a breast milk substitute. It is specially suited from 1 year onward.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT.
Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody.
Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
Pastor Hannah A. Parbu of Holy Spirit Ministries will be live on the streets 919 FM every Wednesday from 11:15 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. In the scripture, Matthew 19, verse 26, the Bible says, "But Jesus looked at them and said to them, with men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Pastor Hannah is here to motivate you, challenge you, encourage you to walk in your purpose and destiny God has for you. For prayer and counseling, call Pastor Hannah at 728-5197.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ill, and you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for Gospel in the Bone Ministry every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. For the program, God's Last Warning Message. Hosea chapter 4 says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood." Remember, every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message with Gospel in the Bones Ministry, right here on the Street 919 FM.
The journey's almost home.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
Well, a pleasant good morning to each and everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Titans of Democracy right here on the street, 919 FM. Let me thank the Heavenly Father for bringing me here safe, sound, and all together in one piece. Pleasant good morning, good on to my entire family. Good morning to the lovely Miss Sharon Felix, Mr. Dominic Romain, and their entire families. Good morning to you, all our callers, all our listeners, to all of our viewers online. For those of you that are always locked on with us, it's always a pleasure to have you guys right here on the inside. Let me also say pleasant good morning going out to my friends and family in Tobago. Good morning, guys. I hope each and every one of you are doing great this morning. Yes, pleasant good morning to all of you. Also saying good morning to the management and staff of the Street 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. Iwer George and his entire family. So, at this time, we have our morning greetings. So, you can call us up on 342-0081 and 466-5391. Yes. Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning to you, Bruce.
Morning, my brother. How are you this morning?
Good to be in the land of the living.
Yeah, man.
Outside looking kind of all right today. And we say morning to Dominic, Sharon, and by extension the Titans of Democracy, Sister Jenny, Mr. Chance, our constituency guru, Mr. Barataria, Brother Sterling, Rowley Jr., Miss Shak Lady, Miss Faizabad, Mommy Sauce, Oi Mano, Lockdown, my brother, you have a safe and blessed day.
You too, man. Have a blessed one.
Yeah, King. Lockdown.
Caller, good morning.
There shall be showers of blessing we need. Showers of blessing. Good morning, with you.
Morning.
Like Lentil Keys up in Aruka. Let me say good morning to everybody. Man, good morning. Probably if I pass the street. Dear friends, Christine, good morning. Morning to Uma Noga, Malcolm and Jenna, good morning. Mr. Toronto, good morning to you. Jenny and Carol, good morning. Mr. Cham, good morning to you. Faizabad, somebody missing there. And Mr. Napuna, good morning to you. Hey, Tobago, the man on the hill, good morning. Everybody, Sharon, good morning. Dominic, good morning. The people of Bonnet Gardens and Mount Hope. It's a lovely day. Started with showers of blessings. So we do what we can do and leave the rest. Don't fuss. Don't worry. Be happy. Bruce, have a nice one.
Yeah, man. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Hi, morning.
Morning to Trinidad and Tobago. Special good morning to Mr. Panapuna. Special good morning to my cousin-in-law, Mr. Parkiski. Special good morning to Mr. Special good morning to each and everyone. God's blessing on Trinidad and Tobago. A special good morning to my Prime Minister and his family. Special good morning to Ms. Aisha West, and all God's blessing, and Trinidad and Tobago keep the faith, stay strong in Jesus' name. Amen.
Nice. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Morning, boss. Who is in?
Hi, dear sir. God blessing, and I am alive and well. So, and I'll see you the same thing on the other side. So, everything is opposite.
Nice.
Anyway, I would just want to say good morning to everyone, management staff, listeners, callers throughout the world, and my 2 o'clock people and them, good morning to them. They also, Bartaria, and Gandhi and Marabella and these people, I want to say good morning to them because they're inspiration to me. Right, and I just want to tell the people of this country that if you love this country, there is no I in love. And if you flip over the word me, you will get we. So it all begins with us. And let us try to keep it that way and have a rich and blessed country as it is, and don't try to spoil it. And the youth, don't pick up the gun. And ask them not put it down. Don't pick it up. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, man, bless. 342-00814665391. Caller, good morning.
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Batman.
Morning, my dear, and how are you this morning?
Well, since 5 o'clock, you blow my mind with that music, you know. You're real good, especially when you play Sadness Make Me Cry. You had me crying. But mine wasn't at the movies. Mine was somewhere else.
Oh, Lord.
But I want to tell people out there a long time when we get home, we ain't killing nobody, yeah? Life goes on. You see how I live until I get out home, you know, and I live until I live in to be 74 to be happy. But I can't handle the murdering and all that. People stop it. Let's love one another. The Lord said, love one another as I have loved you. Life goes on. Take an example of me. Here I live in. Long circular, here I come. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Brucey.
Bye-bye. Take care. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Bruce Wayne.
Good morning, my dear. How are you this morning?
Hi, all right for now.
Nice.
How it is. Good morning to the Titan. I want to say shout out to Mamso, Sharon, Dominic, Shak Lady, Mr. Nafuna, and all the Titan. Everybody, Trinidad and Tobago, good morning. And I would like to you all have a blessed day today. Okay? Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Caller, good morning.
Oh, a blessed morning again to you, Mr. Bruce Wayne, and your family. Praise the Lord. We are in the land of the living to hear each other voice this morning again, once more on 91.9. Yeah. Blessed love to Mr. Iwer George and his family. Hope all blessings flow always with him. Hope he enjoyed his birthday yesterday after God. Blessed love to Mr. Sharon Felix also and her family. Mr. Dominic and his family. Blessed love to Mano, Gemma, Shak Lady, Ivan and Jim, Miss Thomas, Mr. Chan, Professor. Blessed love to Deep South, where he is, and all the rest of the Titans family of this radio station, hearing, who here, who listening, who on the board of New York, all over Trinidad and Tobago. Blessed love to my four corners of the areas, Pastor Street, Nova, Beacom, Tumacac, Paradise Heights. Hold on, and hold on to your bonchera and talk to them. Let them be on the right guard. Mr. Bruce Wade is so sad to see that the children started losing their lives at holiday time at this time, too early. I notice every year children just end up losing their lives as their holiday start. Yeah, that is what's that. Yeah, so hold on to your children and talk to them. Ask God to guide and protect them from all danger, right? Because Satan is on the loose always, you know. I always saying that. My mother always teaching me that. She used to teach me that. Well, because right now she's on the other side, right? So people, hold on to your children and ask God to guide them, protect them, right? Blessing to Tobago, blessing to you all, right? So Blessing to you again, Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Yes, my
And
dear.
wine call, blessed love. Right?
Yes.
To them, yes. Hold on, Mr. Bruce. Thank you.
Nice. 342-00814665391. Those are the numbers to call to give your morning greetings. Caller, good morning.
Did I wake up Dina?
Caller, good morning.
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 Sourman, past the street, and Funky Gemma. Good morning. This is the day. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have time to probably take another call or two. Caller, good morning.
Son Bruce, morning.
Morning.
Well, I ain't call you uncle this morning because I tell leave it there, you are my son. Yes, Uncle Bruce, how was your night, man?
Oh gosh.
Yes, everything okay?
Yes, everything good, man. Everything good.
Good. Auntie Cheryl, morning. Uncle Dominic, you are the principal. Mr. Chance is the professor, the real professor. That's Mr. Chance, and you are the real principal. Uncle Brucey and Auntie Sharon, they are the teachers, right? And we are the students. So Trinidad and Tobago, morning, love you all. Stay safe. Uncle Brucey on the run, have a hospital appointment this morning, but listen on the Facebook thing.
All right.
Not home for this morning. We have little rains here, in and out. Thank the Lord for it still. But, it's not doing any damages. It's good for the gardeners. And I do say farmers. Because anybody who plants, they are gardeners.
Yes.
You understand? Yeah. So, all of Trinidad and Tobago, my Prime Minister, as I always call out to him, do what you have to do and forget about the rest. As long as you're doing it in the Lord and the right way. Right, blessing Trinidad and Tobago. Everybody. Mm-hmm.
So let me take the time out to say good morning to Mr. Dominic Rumian. Good morning to you, sir, and how are you this morning?
Morning, sir. Morning.
So as Dominic is here, I'm going to get into the papers at this time. So, headlines in the Express for today, the 12th of July 2022. Masjid Al-Huda spokesperson Jacob must apologize following PCA ruling that cops who assaulted members and desecrated their place of worship breached the law and the Constitution. River of Tears. And cops get 12 electric bikes. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. So let's get inside and see what's taking place. So, Jacob must apologize. Acting Commissioner of Police McDonald Jacob owes an apology to the Masjid Al-Huda situated at Rich Plain in Diego Martin. Rivers of Tears. It was a tearful goodbye for Fabian Richards as relatives and friends of the 21-year-old gathered to pay their final respects at the Latoya Ria Romani Chapel in, hold on, let's see.
in St. James yesterday. Roofs blown off in Mayaro. Inclement weather on Sunday morning damaged at least 9 homes across the Mayaro constituency, with powerful winds uprooting their roofs and several homes and leaving at least 2 homeless. TTPS updates on body cameras. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has advised that infrastructure setup, training, and distribution of body-worn cameras are ongoing. Laramine woman missing. 20-year-old Tasha Sansan was last seen on July 1st. Second man charged with murder of a Rima teen. Kobe Hines appeared before the court on Monday, charged with the murder of Josiah Maloney. Many roles of ex-AG under scrutiny. The role of former Attorney General, John Jeremy, has been under scrutiny in a number of high-profile criminal matters before the court in the past and one at present. Veggies before video games. Mourning a mentor. Journalist Joel Nanton, 47, dies after battling cancer. Tears as fugitive cop surrenders. Hit by motorist while cycling, photographer succumbs to injuries. Boy 16 shot dead at Maraval birthday party. And Air Canada misplaces groom's luggage. Trinidad wedding now in jeopardy. So these are the stories making way in the Express. So over to the Newsday. Second man charged in April murder. Police, enough charges for body cams. Jacob to attorney. Police always preserve evidence. Friends killed by police remembered as inseparable in life. PCA, rights were trampled during a police raid on Rich Plain Mosque. Mayaro residents relief brush with bad weather. I saw my roof flying. Relive. Why did I say relief? Junior Sami farmer lose claim to cover land at Privy Council. Health Ministry, 85 new COVID-19 cases, 1 death. Appeal Court reserves decision on contractor's appeal. TTMA, THA heads hold a virtual meeting. Cataract surgeries to resume in Tobago by August. A venue set for Friday's no confidence motion against AG. Ram Logan's witness tampering trial on hold as defense raises a constitutional point. Malabar man 64 shot dead at home. Endeavour Holdings acquires Massey Properties. 22 flood-hit Grand Riviere, families get food assistance from ministry. EMA directors get instruments of appointment. Ministry of Energy launches onshore bid rounds. PCA, cops in raid on Rich Plain Mosque may have committed criminal offenses. Cops, no IATF police arrested for 2020 Mova triple killing. 16-year-old role model shot dead in Maraval. Health Ministry searching for 20,000 life-saving blood donors. And these are the stories that are making way in the Newsday at this time. So we head over to the Guardian. Headlines in the Guardian. Blind spot. Attorney for survivor of police shooting tells Jacob, release CCTV footage. The family of 15-year-old Malachi Glenn, one of the 3 survivors of the police-involved killing in Port of Spain, which claimed the lives of 3 young men, is calling on the Acting Commissioner of Police McDonald Jacob and Police Complaints Authority Director David West to release CCTV footage of the incident. UNC urges citizens to riot with fingers in next election. Riot with your finger when elections are called and vote out the People's National Movement, says United National Congress senators and MPs. Cops probe double murder in Gasparillo. Jacob, CCTV footage of fatal hit and run not useful. Harris, relatives again beg driver to come forward. Relative of man fatally shot by cops in Port of Spain. Vengeance is not our way. Witness tampering case against ex-AG put on hold. Munilal, ACIB cops must also interview President Weeks on Commissioner of Police merit list fiasco. Minister, digital platform to help create national child policy. GML radio engineer needs $1 million for life-saving leukemia treatment in UK. On protest anniversary, Cuba, US far apart on what happened. UE launches a new major in disaster risk resilience. Woman 20 missing. 451 officers trained to use body cameras. Second man charged in murder case. Production cut back at Point Lisa's desalination plant. Global population to hit 8 billion by November. Shogunist Mayor, we need more resources to deal with flooding. And these are the stories that are making way in The Guardian, The Express, and The Newsday at this time. So, as we always say, you go there, get the papers of your choice, and read up on the stories, see what's taking place. So at this time, I turn you over to the capable hands of Mr. Dominic Romain. Dominic?
Yes, sir. Morning.
Morning.
Good on. Sleeps. All right, so raining for the spin on.
Boy, the place looking kind of overcast, but I ain't seen no rain falling yet. Somebody told me that rain in Central or going on your side.
Hearing some patter on my roof.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's good and not good, because it could end up by yourself this morning. But tell you. I called my blanket and I hear the alarm. I say, oh gosh, but nah, can't be. So good morning all. Good morning to all of the loyal listeners of the Street 919 FM and all the loyal trolls as well. Yeah. As I always say, you all have to make the program what it is. So share the live, spread the word. More of the trolls join this program to get some truth rather than the trash that you are listening to on some of those other stations. Good morning to Mr. and Mrs. Giuseppe. A special good morning to Mr. and Mrs. Giuseppe, who celebrated their 58th wedding anniversary last week. Yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's a milestone. Yep. Mrs. Giuseppe isn't too well these days, so wishing her a speedy recovery. To Mr. and Mrs. Regis, good morning. Morning, Angie. Morning to Mano, Mother Tunapuna. Alison Samuel, morning to you. Patsy Edwards, good morning. Nico Caesar. Davia Andrews. Alison Haynes, morning to you as well. so many people to say good morning to. To the folks who are taking us in on Facebook and YouTube, good morning to you. Hopefully we can touch on some of your comments later on. We don't usually do. Yeah. So, what kind of bacchanal taking place, Bruce? Yeah. Still trying to catch myself on that trip. I don't know. This one was, yeah. We get in there. So, some of those headlines that you just read there, of course, the leading headline for the last few days has been the issue of these body cameras.
Yeah.
I see the former commissioner of police, in true Gary Griffith style, had to jump out himself and give comment. Again, I don't know, boy. This man, you don't let nothing pass, Bruce. Everything you need to put in are 2 cents. So this time he put in 10 cents on this matter. And again, you indicate that you are throwing your hat in the ring for another go at the commissioner position. But you come out to attack the current acting commissioner of police. Now, if by some great miracle Gary Griffith returns as commissioner of police, what is your relationship going to be with McDonald Jacob after you've been attacking the man in the way that you have been? I mean, gosh, Gary, you shoot off. As I say, right now, Bruce, he reaches liver, Legs gone, man, shoot off the waist, hip, everything. By the time the PCA had to make a decision on whether or not they're going to recommend him, he might have the gun ready. He just can't help himself. But I think it's a good thing that this issue has come up now, because you have the opposition talking about the state of crime in the country, and the government is incompetent, the government don't know what they're doing, they're clueless. And the opposition's solution to crime is we need well-trained police officers and we need a well-resourced TTPS. Now, such a statement from Rodney Charles implies that the current batch of police officers are not well-trained and that the TTPS is under-resourced. But here it is that we are reading, and have been reading for the last couple of days, that 1,160 body cameras have been provided to the TTPS, but only 451 officers trained to use the cameras. Whose fault is that? Last year, in her contribution to the budget debate, the leader of the opposition was bemoaning the government only buy 300 and something cameras and the 7,000 officers. They have 1,160 and they're not using it. 451 trained to use it. Who is responsible for organizing training in the TTPS? Keith Rowley? Fisher Alliance?
Apparently.
Yeah. But they ain't talking that, eh? Yeah, they ain't talking that. They're not going to say, well, okay, clearly there's a shortcoming in the TTPS, the management of the TTPS, and so far as that. At the end of the day, who would know better with respect to the training needs of the TTPS than the commissioner and his executive, right? Because in the recently concluded Senate debates on the bail amendment bill, statistics was quoted to support non-support of the bail amendment bill by several speakers who didn't support the bill. And all of these statistics that they quoted to show that the bail amendment act, or bail amendment bill in its current form, is ineffective in terms of the number of persons who have been arrested under that particular piece of legislation. All of these statistics they quoted came from the TTPS. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service that is responsible for that. But all they want to come and talk about law and working and this and that and government. And I have said before, and I will repeat, the responsibility of the government as it pertains to crime is to provide all of the crime-fighting agencies with the necessary resources to do their job. Government provides the money. Every year, as it is with all state entities, all government services, the different entities are required to submit a budget, draft estimates to the line ministry for submission to the Ministry of Finance for inclusion in the budget. Consideration and inclusion. The TTPS is no different. The management of the TTPS would do their assessment of the needs of the TTPS in terms of training requirements, resources, and they would put together their draft estimates, itemizing all the things that they need, how much money they need for it, and they will send it to the Ministry of National Security, who will then send it to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance will review it, and if they are of the considered view that, okay, everything in here can be justified, we will give them the money for it. The money then goes to the TTPS to be spent by the executive of the TTPS, which is why the Commissioner of Police is considered to be the accounting officer for the TTPS. When Gary Griffith first went in as Commissioner of Police, one of the things that he pointed out that he met, much to his chagrin, was that the overtime bill in the TTPS was amounting to some $300 to $500 million a year. Overtime. So when all this money was being spent on overtime, then there was a shortage of funds, because when they sent the draft estimates to the Ministry of National Security for transmission to the Ministry of Finance, they didn't put, I am sure, 300 million or 500 million for overtime. Right? But the Ministry said, all I need to do something about that, so no. Fix that. But that wasn't done. So when you make requests for money for other things, and that money now has to be wired to pay overtime, then why are we blaming the government for not resourcing the TTPS when the money is sent to them and the TTPS is spending the money on other things? That's not the government's fault, right? So Gary Griffith would have put systems in place. One of the two things that he did to improve the police service, whereby you cut down on overtime. Yeah. Of course, that made him unpopular within the service because you have a lot of people who live in for that overtime. We heard claims, of course, that, we know the senior officers can't claim for overtime. So there were claims that what was happening was that the junior officers were putting in claims for overtime, which it didn't work, and it was being approved by senior officers, and then when they get paid, the senior officers get a cut, right, to supplement their income.
All kind of
so, yeah. Is it any wonder that the police service faces a lot of trust issues from members of the public? No. There's the perception that one of the biggest criminal gangs in this country is the TTPS. Unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. Right? What is being done by the current executive in order to dispel that? Problems. But it is what it is, right? But there should be concern with these perceived extrajudicial killings. When we have the body cameras and it's not being used. The government provided the resources. The government provides vehicles, Bruce. They wanted vehicles, they wanted SUVs. But they get SUVs. Even the Prime Minister originally said, no, they can't get it. They get them, sir. They get X-Trail, right? And you see these police officers cruising in the latest. Yeah? Park up by the side of the highway. You see it, and dark tints, so you can't see if they're sleeping or if they're awake. Right? I know, well, let me not go there. Yeah. But the nicest of vehicles, man. You see they're cruising down the highway at 40, and you trying to decide who I should pass them, boy. Next thing, one of them having a bad day and decide to pull me over. But, come on. Resources are being provided, but is it being taken care of? I mean, some of these vehicles, Bruce, when you look at the license plate, PDX, PDY, PDZ, PEB, looking like they should be carrying a license plate of PAA. Beat up, Bruce.
I see a fender missing already, you know.
Yeah.
Whole fender going. See what, boy?
The whole left side dent up. Okay, that thing. Yeah. A light missing. The hubcaps on the vehicles going through. The vehicle have a donut. I mean, come on. When this vehicle comes out of service to go and get repairs or whatever, we know that we're going to park up there for quite a while. And then the next thing you hear, we could just, there so long, we could just take parts of that and put it in another vehicle. issue with maintenance. Who is responsible for that? TTPS had to pay these bills, right? The money is being provided, but we will blame the government. Apparently, he probably when he wake up in the morning, he's put on a shield on his lapel that says sheriff or marshal, right? And he put on a strap on a gun belt. He put on his boots with spurs, yeah. And he run outside and he's a crime fighter. Same thing with Fitzgerald Lines, and that's their responsibility. Members of the literati always talking nonsense. So when the PNM in power, crime always going up, and PNM this and PNM that. Apparently, they had no crime when the PP was in power between 2010 to 2015. Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago was a veritable utopia, right? Yeah, everything was good. I'm looking on social media, Bruce, and I'm seeing a number of people who clearly don't support the PNM talking this nonsense about it's only a matter of time before Trinidad and Tobago becomes like Sri Lanka. Again, members of the Headline Readers Association, yeah, plenty of them put it up posts on Instagram and all kind of stupidness with showing pictures and videos of what's happening in Sri Lanka and saying just now Trinidad will come like that. Always washing them out on the country. If they ain't calling us a asshole country, it's all kind of foolishness, right? Headline Readers Association, because you all wouldn't take the time to read or to research to find out how it is Sri Lanka got to where it is today. And the conditions that led to Sri Lanka being where it is today do not exist, not even remotely in Trinidad and Tobago. But again, because you all don't like the government and you feel you need to put in your 2 cents somewhere, you can't see a post come up without having to give some dotish comment. But in Central Vex, when I refer to them as the literati, yeah? Well, they dotish profile like the PNM and so on. Do your research and see why Sri Lanka is where they are today. They ran out of foreign exchange because they chose to focus on domestic rather than to focus on exports, because they figure, you know what? Yeah, buy local. So let us produce for the domestic economy instead of producing to export, to earn foreign exchange, to buy the things that we don't produce. And so in no time at all, their foreign exchange ran out. Trinidad and Tobago has sufficient buffers in foreign exchange. We have our Heritage and Stabilization Fund. But apparently some will figure that is just there to look at and admire, not to be used when it needs to be used. We have our foreign reserves, and of course the government continues to engage in activities that generate foreign exchange. So we don't have that problem, right? They ran out of foreign exchange and weren't able to import fuel. They weren't able to import certain goods and that they needed, medication, food stuff, and so on. And when they were no longer able to procure fuel, refined fuels, because they didn't have the foreign exchange to pay for it, they started to ration, and the government put laws in place or put limits on who could get petrol. So they banned private citizens from being able to buy fuel for their cars and told them stay home and work. See how best you all could work from home to reduce the demand for fuel. These are some of the things that had happened there. So Sri Lanka was in free fall for a long time. But all of you members of the literati want to talk that dotations are always a matter of time before Trinidad and Tobago becomes like Sri Lanka. Well, are you proud to say that, Shipiness? To talk that dotations to tell the rest of the world, because remember when you all post these things on social media, I continue to say Facebook is not Trinidad and Tobago. Facebook is global, around the world. And when you all share this crap, you don't know who are friends outside when they share it too. And say that them people in Trinidad, real dotation. Always calling all kind of nonsense on the country.
Right, true.
We gonna get, but then yet still you see the banks still making billions of dollars in profits every year. The so-called 1% that all you like to talk about still making plenty money. The 9% that you all don't like to talk about, that's between those who's making plenty money too, that don't belong to the Syrian Lebanese community, but still own businesses all over the country, plenty more than in some cases than the members of the Syrian community. In some cases doing plenty better than some members of the Syrian community. But we don't talk about them.
True.
No, we don't talk about those people who own the groceries and who own the road paving companies and so on and making hundreds of millions of dollars. We forget them. But we only want to focus on the 1% and the 1%, because see when the PP in office, they focus on the 9%. But anyway, that's a discussion for another time. They continue to do well. You hear them talking as stupidness? They're not complaining about the bottom line. They're making money. But all you want to talk this nonsense, so it's only a matter of time before we get there. Do all your research now. Instead of embarrassing the rest of us who actually do research and know why Sri Lanka is where it is and why we will not get there. I want to put up I'm sending a picture for you, Bruce.
All right.
A road in Guyana. Because apparently it's only Trinidad have a road. But Guyana is supposed to be the next Dubai of the Caribbean, right? I'll send it for you when we come back from the break. Yeah. I'm going to put it up for the, you know. And when we come back on the other side, I need to take issue with our friend from New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, with some posts that he's been putting up with respect to the Prime Minister. I know he listening.
Really?
Yeah.
So guys, we'll be right back. We go pay some bills and we'll be right back. Keep it locked.
The price of rum in the bar. Oh, but the money still gathered from the pocket. Look, there is the price of rum in the budget. No, but the money still gathered from the pocket. In the pot, put your hand in the air. Hand in the air. I's a man who's working hard to get out with their wife, to make sure things good for the family. I's a man who hit my wife, I's a man who drink and drive. My only vice is the party. I know there is the price of rum in the budget. Everybody sing! No, but the money still can't done from it. Are you ready?
John chapter 8, verse 32 says, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Tune in to the Street 91.9 FM every Tuesday from 6:30 to 7 p.m. for the program Walking in Truth with me, Pastor Gary Grant from Walking in the Spirit Ministries. Come, let's discuss how Christ Jesus can set you free. God bless you.
If your hands are anointed, and if your feet are anointed,
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. Don't know.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the old-time gospel hour all-night prayer. This and every Friday evening on the Street 919 FM from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to justly and to love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God." Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle every Monday from 9:05 a.m. to 9:55 a.m. right here on the street 919 FM.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM.
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
For the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
What is Apex? It is the pinnacle of high-performance vision through a lens. It's clarity, no matter what angle you look at. It's comfort, no matter what you do all day, every day. And it's customized with every digital measurement your eyes require to see at their very best. Apex Digital Lenses by Value Optical, the ultimate lens design for your eyes. Value Optical, expert care for your eyes.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
Good, that boat like looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat look like it's not wet.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're locked on to the Street 909 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Mr. Dominic Romaine and Bruce Wayne. Dominic, you send anything now?
Yes, sir.
I was on the phone. Man, Dominic, what is that?
Apparently that should have.
What is that you said there for me? No, man.
Yeah, that should have. Yeah, it was only a year back. So the UNC calling for the citizens to, use the finger in the next election and vote out the PNM, right? And apparently that would solve all of the ills in the country because the PNM is responsible for everything that's going wrong in the country, right? And the thing that has upset me when should I get distracted? Yes, when you talk about them and you talk about Sunday, Central decides to call in to say that I sounded like because the UNC do it, the PNM could do it too. I made the point that is not the case. I'm demonstrating the fact that only on folly, hypocrisy. And when I listened to Jayanti Lakshmi as I played on Sunday morning, wanting to talk about due process and the presumption of innocence, but yet still she was making all manner of allegations against Foster Cummins over the last month. No presumption of innocence. The way she was presenting the documentation that she had is that Foster Cummins is guilty and therefore he needs to be fired or he must resign. Despite the fact that there's an ongoing police investigation, no outcome into that, no determination of innocence or guilt. But apparently when it comes to PNM, as far as the UNC is concerned, it's not the presumption of innocence. It's the presumption of guilt and then prove the person innocent. Yeah? Hypocrisy. That's what it is. Nothing short of that. But I can't imagine any right-thinking citizen in this country, and I stress on the words right-thinking citizens, would want to support the UNC. And the UNC mustn't take any comfort in what they perceive to be public discontent with state of affairs in the country or with the government. Because if you are hitching your wagon for 2025 on people voting for you, not because they have confidence that you could do better, not because you've done anything in the last 7 years to show the population that we've changed, and if you put us in office, we will give you better. No. You are hitching your wagon to, well, if they vex with the PNM, the only alternative is the UNC. Yeah? Something wrong with that. And the people who leaning towards that, well, something wrong with all that? Really? So you're willing to vote out the PNM because you're vexed that, all right, you don't get a pay raise. You're vexed because the UNC changed you up into thinking that is the government responsible for the high price of food and the high price of everything. Never mind the fact they don't like to hear that this is a global phenomenon. Yeah, we want to hear about the rest of the world. So we somehow isolated from what's happening around the world. So we import a lot of food. I always like to yap out the food import bill, 5 billion, 4 billion. Where we importing the food from? So if we're paying certain prices over there, because the price is high over there, when it come here, what do you feel? As soon as it land by the port here, the prices just drop. The business owners who bring in the stuff, it's a business. They're running a business to make profit. You understand? So notwithstanding wherever they pay for it outside there, when it comes here, they're looking to make our money. But rather than you run to them and tell them, hey, ease we up now. No, the government. And it's the government. And the government. And you got the boys on Saturday coming to talk about how the government responsible for the high price and the freight costs and this tax and that tax.
How? I don't understand. How?
That's too much for me. So I stop listening. I'm tired.
No, but I find, isn't it? I reach the point where them just doing that because, yes. You can't tell me that is what you really think and you really believe that. You can't tell me that. You too grown to be thinking that way. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I believe in that, Dominic. Them do not for spite.
But we're coming to educate and inform, eh? Right. So educate and inform your damn self first. But when you are aware of your public and you are aware of your audience, because they have the supporters who latch on to that, right? Who wouldn't go and do their research and say, yeah, but you're talking sense. That's what we need to hear. Yeah, that's what you need to hear. Okay? Blame me.
Thinking, yes.
Yeah. And that's what I saw the unions over the weekend had some motorcade from Grandy, come down wherever it is, a couple hundred cars. So they declared war on the government. The spokesman is Mr. PSA, Mr. Baptiste. So all of a sudden, the man we were in for months, he find the boys. Just like how the UNC found the testicles last week in the Senate vote. So on Sunday morning, like they was digging up, like robots, the dog liar was probably digging up and said, hey, look my testicles, we no long me see that. Yeah? And the testicles, so long I see it. Let me carry in the Senate and get a wine. Yeah? Because you phone and call. Hey, Janty, you won't believe what I just find you. I know digging up and I find my testicles, you know long me see that. I went and called Naked and see if he can remember what his look like. I bought to call with because like he never had any. So it's a waste of time, now a waste of call. Yeah? But I don't call it.
He missing fortitude.
Yeah. So they find testicles to vote no, but normally is abstain. After they run them out and say they hate this and that, we supporting this and supporting that, all of a sudden they could vote no. And they're happy and clapping themselves, right? Because the bill amendment bill was defeated, so next month it will expire. The sunset clause will expire. And we go back to whatever the old law was before. So all Tom, Dick, Harry, Jenny, and Jane and the dog could commit crime that would normally give you 120 days without bail, and you just go to a judge in chamber, a magistrate, and get bail the next day. Yeah, because you know these lawyers are good lawyers, right? So okay, but is paying them responsible for the state of crime? But they do anything to make sure that some of these people stay behind bars for at least a period of time. You can see, say no. Presumption of innocence. They don't go back outside and commit more crime until the case call in 2, 3, 5 years. This case, this first one, right? You go deal with the other crimes that they commit while they're out on bail at another time. But that making sense, right? That making sense to them. Meanwhile, I see the leader of the opposition proudly posted up an article on her Facebook page yesterday titled Jacob refers Rowley filed to ACIB. And is in, this has to do with David Naked sending letters to several individuals, including the Commissioner of Police, making certain allegations with respect to the purported conversation that the Prime Minister had with the former head of the Police Service Commission, B.S.C. Prasad, claiming that the Prime Minister may have been guilty of malfeasance or misbehavior in public office by supposedly influencing that process, right? Another waste of time, because a waste of time, a waste of resource investigation. I made the point, if the Prime Minister, head of the National Security Council, is in receipt of information on one or more of the possible nominees for the position of Commissioner of Police, information which, if the Police Service Commission was in possession of, could make a difference in their choice as part of their due diligence process for selecting nominees. They have, the Police Service Commission has a responsibility to ensure that the nominee list is above reproach, that it can withstand the most robust scrutiny. If the Police Service Commission is limited in certain in accessing certain information which may be deemed to be of high national security, that is afforded to only a few, the National Security Council, right? Because I'm certain the National Security Council doesn't send a weekly brief to the Police Service Commission after they meet, right? And if information comes to the Prime Minister as the head of the National Security Council, which speaks to possible malfeasance on the part of one or more potential, and you see, people need to understand something, yeah? This whole situation with this list, the assumption in the public domain was that whatever discussion the Prime Minister had was with respect to Gary Griffith, right? But they were the nominees. This whole FUL issue, as we would have read in articles that have come out since then, is that you have a number of high-ranking police officers whose name then call up in wrong stand-up with respect to that. But you see, we made this thing about Gary Griffith, and is the Prime Minister have a vendetta against Gary, and the Prime Minister lost confidence in Gary. But we don't know if it is some other nominee, because if it is that the Prime Minister, well, I have my issues with Gary Griffith, but he's the second ranking or the third ranking involved in some wrong stand-up, and I have information. He has an obligation to send that information, because when it is that the list comes, if he withholds the information, the name comes to the Parliament. And the Prime Minister says, well, we're not choosing anybody here. We're not satisfied with anybody here. Of course, the opposition would call on the Prime Minister to say why in a debate. And if it is at that point the Prime Minister decides to say, well, look, the National Security Council received information and so, jump up and say, that these persons were not afforded the opportunity to respond. Same thing that they did with the live sport report. Yeah? And it was quashed because the defendants were able to make a case that they were not given an opportunity to respond to the allegations made in the report. So the same thing, right? Only when the Prime Minister come to the Parliament and read out stuff and say, oh, so X, Y, is the case. The information was passed to the PSC, to the Police Service Commission. It's for them to make a decision based on that information. And perhaps at the time when the information came to them, relative to when they assumed that they had completed the exercise and populated the list, they needed time. Hence the reason, they didn't say, we're scrapping the list, you know. What did they do? They put together a private, well, not private necessarily, but they hired just former retired Justice Stanley John to look into some of the matters. Now, if it is Stanley John had done his investigation and he found that, look, based on whatever information you'll have received, my investigation says otherwise, then they could proceed with the same merit list.
Yeah.
It was simply an extension of the due diligence process. So the process did not end. But they want to know the president was culpable, and the president and the prime minister and whatnot, and so on and so forth. And people continue to miss the point. The prime minister need not have gone through that. He could have simply wait for the list to come to the parliament and say, we know we're not supporting Gary Griffith in a text.
That's right.
But if the list had gone to the parliament, or making it seem members of the literati, making it seem as if it was a done deal that Gary Griffith would have been reinstated. No. But again, all of X on equal, all of that. Bruce, pull up my road there for my place. Apparently, this is Guyana Trace in DB. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Look at
yeah,
the
Guyana's
condition of this
killing me.
road.
Yeah.
My word.
Guyana have all the money, all the oil, money running like that. Yeah. There's only bad road here, right? You know, it has upset me with these people, right? They quick to burn tire and protest when the road bad. Okay, no problem. But they fed up all they want the road fixed. But you know, when the ministry said now they would team to fix the road, they don't call back the media to say, come and see.
Nah.
Come and see the road.
What are they doing that for, boy?
Nah, they ain't doing that.
That would imply that something's being done to address the situation.
Yes. Yes. And then when the road fix and the minister come now to inspect it to make sure that a good job is done. Go from here! Go from here! You want here, you come in here.
I think your partner calling you there.
Nah, let me hold on. I'm going to deal with you just now.
Not the Jersey guy.
Oh,
no.
Central?
Nah, leave it there. Leave it there.
Oh. Oh, Lord, boy.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Well, I want to say kudos to the Ministry of Works. I see this road in Shogunas, the back by Chuck E. Cheese there that leads to Edinburgh 500. I see that they started to do some work. You know, certain parts of that road have been in a terrible state of disrepair for quite some time. And I see that work is being done there now to resurface that stretch of road. So congratulations, kudos to the Minister and the Ministry of Works. Work is being done, it may seem slow, but it's happening. It's happening. As the Minister always said, as the money comes, as the resources become available, they will do what they need to do. And of course, we would have gotten a little extra some because of the increase in the price of oil and gas recently. So the money is being spent to the benefit of the citizenry. It's not being stolen, right? In mega projects. The thieving that took place between 2010 to 2015, had they been in power and were receiving this windfall, and you would be hearing all manner of major projects so that they could thief, you ain't hearing that this time, right? 7 years, not one bag of money minister, not one minister name asking for kickbacks from any contractor. Not one contractor accused of paying bribes to any minister to get a contract. 7 years. But in 5 years, 3 months, and 14 days, we've lost count of how many times we heard about that. Every Monday morning. Hearing about that. But all they were talking about, put out the PNM and put back who? To get another round of that. And then when they started, oh God, it's best we didn't leave the PNM there. Bruce, My partner from New Jersey. I see putting up some stuff on Facebook. Jamming the Prime Minister, right? Yeah. There was a particular post he put up, and I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. Don't know if it is he took it down. Where, there's no one. There's two I wanted to take issue, but let me see if I find it. So he chastises the Prime Minister, claiming that the Prime Minister took in a grudge. How much he is now, in respect of the issue with the journalist, yeah, who the Prime Minister had to pull up. And that's not. So let me see. Right. He says, the post he puts up, right? So it's a post of a clip of the Prime Minister upbraiding the journalist. And the caption is, what type of man makes an issue personal from years ago? Yeah? Viewed 3,800 times. Okay? 55 comments, shared 61 times. What type of man makes an issue personal from years ago? And yet still, irony of ironies. But up a post, that's not, and like he take it down. Like somebody probably call him out on his hypocrisy. No, he didn't take it down. But up a post 10 hours ago. A blast from the past. 8 years ago, we hosted the opposition leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, at the Medgar Evers College in Brooklyn. And he puts a collage up that lasts for about 6 minutes and something with pictures from Dr. Rowley's visit. Right? The visit that he probably thought would have gotten him the building that he wanted downtown to open the, wherever is the name of the foundation. Yeah? We're asking what type of man would hold a grudge from years ago, 15 years ago. But he holding a grudge from 8 years ago, right? Because the Prime Minister, then the leader of the opposition, came to New York. And of course, my friend had to call in and tell us he rented a Mercedes-Benz for the Prime Minister and his entourage, and where he took them and so on. And then he took them to his home, and they had, he gave them the best food and the best drink, the best alcohol, and they ate with the best cutlery and so on. Yes, remember that? Yeah. And as a result of that, I suppose there was a belief that, well, right, Prime Minister now is indebted to me after I treated him so well, so that it should be, you know, easy pickings for me to submit this proposal, this great proposal, and he became this building. And you ain't get the building, so you're tooting a grudge now. Yeah? What type of man, my friend, carries a grudge after so many years? Irony of ironies, eh? The very thing that you're accusing the Prime Minister of, you're doing, my friend. You're tooting. Every day we are here about them 3 buildings in Jamaica, and them building in Jamaica. No, the PNM is a, you know, a vindictive party and how can it? Washing your mouth on the PNM day after day, but claiming that you're still a PNM. Let it go. This grudge that you're toting on your shoulder because the Prime Minister ain't give you the building because you figured because you rent a Mercedes and you ate of the best and drank of the best at your home, that he should just say, hey, Anselm, come, hold on. Look, you want the building, take it. You get blank and you toot it. Come on, man. Was you never heard a song from Frozen? Let it go. Let it go, my friend. Let it go. Yeah? Stop tooting. Right now, you're looking like you're bent over with that thing on your back, tooting it around whole day every day. Oh gosh, man. What's on with you? The Prime Minister only upbraid this journalist because he meet him up, you know. But you ain't hear Dr. Rowley talking about that day after day after day, 2-3 times a day. You doing that? So who taught it?
He hit him for 6 once. That is it.
Once.
He out of the park.
Yes. One and done. He get the opportunity. That was behind the man's mind, you know. But as the reporter come and bring up the issue, right? And front and center, morning again, Angie, the Prime Minister decided to respond in the moment. It's not like Dr. Rowley had that on his mind when he wake up in the morning, and when he go to bed at night, you know, he's blasting reporter. God, this thing grinding my case.
Your boy wasn't expecting that. It was you. You admit to that? Okay.
Right. But in as much as you want to bring it up and you admit it, let me deal with it since the opportunity presents itself. Yeah. That came up in the moment. If you taught this thing for 8 years, every day we had to be
That is all he does be. Watch me, and again, he is a classic example of what I said. You just always know who hating. It's because when they do the check, something they ain't get, something they wanted, and they ain't get, so they vex. And that's how it has been. Your boy leave it there, same thing too, something you wanted and you ain't get.
I know a few of them well that fall into that category, you know. But I want to tell my friend from New Jersey, I know you like to run marathon and all them kind of thing and post about all the records that you break. If you take that off your back, papi, you might run you might run a 5 seconds faster. Take it off now. Yeah. Weighing you down.
Might break your own record.
There you go. Let it cast it off your shoulder. Just do that. Eh? One and done. Do like Dr. Rowley, eh? Deal with it once and forget about it. Because, oh gosh, people on this station, we fed up here about them building them Chumaka. Oh gosh, boy. If Kamala come back, she gonna do it for you? Well, all right. Don't you push that? She recruiting more pieces.
So the UNC come back in power and you don't get it, still what go happen, boy?
Well, don't hear about that. You can tell you about Keith Rowley should have do that when he was the
president. No, Dr. World, you can now be the way, the truth, and the light.
Yeah. Ah, boy.
Oh, Lord, Father.
Yeah, but I want to tell you now. Them person really not making no sense. Then he goes on to accuse the Prime Minister of calling. I don't want to misquote him, so let me get it here. The Prime Minister gave a speech at the opening of the St. Clair police station. I think it was on Friday or Thursday or something. And he made references. He was saying what happens. He was asking the question, what is it happens between when these children are in primary school and then when they get to the secondary school field? You're saying that, you know, they move from being angels at one point, some of them to being demons. At no point in time did the Prime Minister refer to anybody from the Beta or Sealats as being demons. The Prime Minister made a general comment with respect to those nuisances, and there are nuisances.
Yes,
he didn't reference any specific incident, right? But he was speaking on the state of crime in general at the opening of a police station, the latest police station, right? Let me draw it to your attention. The St. Clair police station, which was completely rebuilt under this administration, add to that, of course, the Coroner's police station, the Roxborough police station, and others. Yeah, so all they're saying, you don't know where the money gone, and the government wasting the money, and you ain't seeing nothing for it. All you who living in Barrackport, you need to come up the road. I say, but they ain't doing nothing down on that side. Well, you all don't need nothing down there. Kamala give all you plenty. You want more? Huh? Well, make a case for it now. Your MPs were making any call asking the government for anything down on that side? I just asking. But anyway, he puts up a post. Rowley stop calling innocent, economically oppressed black youths derogatory names. It goes on. Rowley calls innocent, economically depressed youths demons. When did the Prime Minister? You see, and that's the unfortunate thing, misrepresentation, right? Misrepresentation is unfortunate. Then he puts up a post, Duke sharing loaves and clothes to Beetham youths while Rowley calling them demons. Yeah. Duke sharing loaves and clothes to Beetham youths while Rowley calling them. When did the Prime Minister say the youths from Beetham are demons?
Well, that is it. And that is the next thing too. You see, when he put up these kind of things, and people read this, some of them will think, wait now, so I missed that then, but how we go do that? And they ain't going and research for themselves, you know.
Exactly.
They're not going to research for themselves, and then they go and call Fred and Mary down there and say, you know what the Prime Minister say about the youths and them in Beetham?
Yeah. But see, it's all part of the plan was to rile up the people of Beetham and Sealats, you know, so that they could gravitate towards what's Duke, because if Rowley and the PNM calling the children demons and so on. When did the Prime Minister say that? I mean, when I asked that question, as I said, 2,000 people view that, right? 20-something shares. And they will take that now, right? That's what the Prime Minister doing. You will have certain PNM activists who all of a sudden talking for the PDP and criticizing the PNM, right? But then we say, yeah, I just want my party to improve. I want my party to improve. Spreading this misinformation, doing the work of the transformational leader. As I said, I wouldn't be surprised, Bruce, if I hear any morning that my friend from New Jersey is the latest deputy political leader of the PDP. Yeah? Or maybe he's hoping that Watson Duke might, if he wins, would give him the buildings in Chumakak. Well, as I say that,
I'm going to send you some, Dominic.
Yeah. Right. Here, mm-hmm. So Watson Duke puts up a photo. I said anything. Puts up a black and white photo of himself. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to hide the blemishes. I just say, it's a strategy. But it is what it is. I'm going to try to say that. Right? So he puts up on his Facebook page, right? Let me read it. The time for change is now. This is the face of the people, the face of the future, the face of change, the face of the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Let us retire the current outdated politics of old politicians. Let us build a better Trinidad and Tobago, a place where people are placed before politics, a place where no child, no family, and no community is left behind. Really? What is the district that he is the representative for Tobago? When last saw let's see.
Tell me what that.
Yeah. Trinidad has seen more Watson Duke than Tobago has since he became Deputy Chief Secretary.
And he's holding a whole seat over there.
Yes. Join me and my PDP family as we revolutionize politics in Trinidad and Tobago and in the Trinidad and Tobago. Oh gosh, Watson, get somebody to proofread your nonsense before you post it. Don't do that now. Right. As we revolutionize politics in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean, so apparently he has aspirations of being a leader of the Caribbean to the next near month. Okay. We the people must be resolute in our minds and act now. It is time for change, time for new blood and revolutionary politics, time for the government to be brought down to the level of the people, time for governance that reflects the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Let us seize this moment and make a political shift in the paradigm for better salaries. What's in English, please? Pali was an English teacher. I see some posts put out there from Pali to Bruce that have no one there, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, for here it is. A political shift in paradigm for a better salaries, for a better food prices. Lord, fire up with that. Time to elect me as your new Prime Minister, the first new Prime Minister in board. Yes? And of course, when you read the letters, yes, I hear this. I, for one, for sure, will love that Mr. Duke just do the right thing for the hope and blah, blah, blah. And all who support him. Yeah, so we know where his aspirations lie. So we're focusing on them 2 seats in today. Really? No. He's focusing on PNM seats in Trinidad because I have not seen Mr. Duke sharing loads of love in Tobago East. I have not seen him sharing loads of love in Tobago West. And perhaps he's taking it for granted that, well, we don't have them 2 seats in the bag. So we want to get them nothing. Meanwhile, in Tobago, people losing jobs left, right, and center. Yeah? It's a free for all.
Under the name and the guise of your party.
Yes, but let us not forget that this is the same transformational leader, or these are the same 2 transformational leaders who, on the political hosting, not so much Fali, but Watson, was trying to get people to vote for them by promising work. Yes, don't worry, everybody who do have a job will get one. That's what we will do. We'll provide employment. Yeah. Or let it hear when he said the on. They sit down, they breath. We'll provide employment. Right? Or let it hear that.
Could have been a tightness of the tongue.
Yeah.
Never to know.
We'll provide employment.
Yeah.
Yeah. All who lost all their work and still waiting for the ex-graduate payment. We are in July. Pali say all get it now in September, right? The new financial year. Did you all hear him mention that in his budget speech? we setting aside X amount of millions to pay the extra payment that we promised. Was that in there? I missed it.
X was a what? That was a misprint.
Yeah, just like the $3,000 pension.
Yeah, that was a misprint.
Yeah, so I see somebody post up here, a guy by the name of Anthony Lance. I don't know if it was good. But yeah, it says the PDP is really making governance in Tobago family affair. Yeah, man, my name is Trevor James appointed his brother Tabo. Trevor James appointed Wasunju brother Tabo. Zia Hackett appointed Trevor James wife Tabo.
Yeah, boy.
Terry Baines appointed Sonny Craig wife Tabo. I wonder if he related to Bernie Jack. Sonny Craig had returned hire Terry Baines wife in his office. Tashia Boris appointed Ashwood Jack wife Tabo. I'm asking, is this true? I've seen something here. Is this true?
Boy.
That Ian Pollard appointed Ashwood Jack as his advisor. Is it true that Farley appointed Ian Pollard side chick? Anyway, let me go there.
I read that.
When I read side chick, I read in here, boy.
Yes. I somebody sent me that the other day. What?
What? I see somebody here appointed boyfriend and somebody girlfriend. Oh Lord, oh call you brutal. Let me don't go there. I mean I have court close, but I don't have court time. I read this video. You understand? Oh my goodness. Yeah, but that's what we vote for. We vote for change. You're damn right. Time for change. If it is that Kid Rowley had to do the PNM had to do it here earlier. Well, that's because the Speaker of the House, Bridget Adizat George, and her husband is on a board, on a couple boards, right? Oh, nepotism and whatnot and so on, and therefore the Speaker should step down. But here the kind of bacchanal taking place allegedly in Tobago, and we have nothing to say. Same people who was beaten up on Bridget and the government for that, we have nothing to say about this. Because Farley tell all you, we're going on to it. So when I see it happen, don't vex, right? Yeah. What we will do is that we will not have the secretary appoint anybody they related to directly under them. So they will talk, we will meet in caucus. So if I Farley want my cousin to get work, I will talk to Faith. So Faith will put he on our board. And then I will put some member of Faith family on our board under me. And that's what we will do it, right? We just will put our family members directly under us, and that makes it okay. And we will do it with gay abandon. That's all right. Yeah, we vote for that. But that is transformational leadership. Right, my friend from New Jersey? Yeah, that's how we just do it. In the PDP. Okay, right. Yeah, that's not when Blackstone get a contract. May hear what legacy too. Anyway, Bruce is 7:30 something. You got open the line there.
Before I start to take the calls, let me say good morning to a very special lady. Melissa, good morning to you, my dear. I know you're going to have a great day today.
Yes, and let me also take this opportunity to extend condolences to one of our loyal listeners, Darrell Nanton, on the passing of his relative, Joel Nanton.
Yes.
You know, condolences here from all of us. I know the pain that you feel, and so we commiserate with you, and we hope that all will be well with you and the family. Come on now, then.
Dominic, brace yourself. Oh, good. Wait, just now. Wait.
Go ahead.
Just
Which one are them?
Oh, good. They get bump off. I think they get bump off. Yeah. Let me take a call here. Caller, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Bruce.
Morning,
yeah,
morning.
Morning, Dominic Chairman. Yeah, morning. You know,
morning.
The family well. No. The thing is the whole last year can be kept there in 120 years movie, right? Especially on back of the right? Right? Like 4 months. Probably the family for 20 years and 20 years. But after the 4 months past, you have to grant the bill, the back home, right? Because home attention. That's in 100. And according to the law, I get the bill after that. I don't have a family. That is different mixing, but in much. After the produce of things, after 120, I get the bill. I can go in prison after long achievement. After 50 days achievement. Most important thing in the 4 months, that's again I would be so. So I can't understand something more down to that. And I think you're going to put them to come from the crime after 120. The man coming back from the crime. I don't like things.
I'll be here, him though. So guys, you can call us up 342-0081 and 466-5391. Those are the numbers to call. The lines are now open, so you can call us up. Caller, good morning.
Hi, morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic.
Morning, John.
Want all the callers and listeners on 91.9, Mr. Chance, Mother Puna, Zina, Mano, but oh God, but I stolen the whole clip. Oh, I forget all, you know, I love all of that. The last time I checked, it was still Trinidad and Tobago. And any monies that Tobago get, I think I'm a taxpayer and my money will be going towards that too, you know. So I want to ask some questions about the PDP in their governance in THA. I'm asking questions. So Trevor James, I'm asking, well, we know that they were saying that he appointed his brother to a board. I'm asking Trevor James again. Have you appointed Watson's brother to a board? I'm asking Zarisha Hackett. Have you appointed Trevor James' wife to a board? I'm asking Terry Baines, the pastor. Has he appointed Sonny Craig's wife to a board? I'm asking Sonny Craig. In return, has he hired Terry Baines' wife in his office? I'm asking Tasha Boris. Have you appointed Ashworth Jack's wife to a board? I'm asking Ian Pollard. Have you appointed Ashworth Jack as your advisor? I'm asking Farley. Farley, have you appointed Ian Pollard's side chick to a board? I'm asking Farley again. Farley, have you appointed Diane Baker, she husband, she sister on a board? I'm asking Trevor James. Have you employed your own side chick in a division? I'm asking Faith. Faith, are you getting ready to hire Trevor James or anybody in the hospital? I'm asking Zarisha Hackett again. Have you appointed your BF and Faith GF to a board? Asking Watson Joke. Have you hired 3 of your own side chicks in a division? You see, this is a question we have to answer because when you get into public life, you're under scrutiny. So they can't be upset if people asking questions because they're seeing things. So I just want to know if there's a big family affair, some incestuous affair happening in THA, asking questions. Because I know when they voted, they said they had enough of PNM there for 21 years. PNM never do nothing but a big war. So all where they have the infrastructure they have is aliens came down from space and put it down in Tobago. So they had enough of that. And they voted for this new dynamic PDP. And every day we hear bacchanal, couture and confusion coming out of Tobago. Some ain't talking because I guess probably they feel ashamed. Some enjoying it, some talking out. But I wait to see whether or not 4 years, what will happen in 4 years in the THA under PDP government. And I just want to ask you, I don't know if you all have seen the breaking news with Darren Warner and his brother. Darren Warner, what has happened to them in the United States recently again, now they had, they found guilty of, what it is, boy? Some kind of money fraud and all them kind of things. So that happening also out in foreign recent, about 4 or 5 days ago. So those are things we have to keep a look on because they are citizens. The last time I checked, they were citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, so we have to watch what happening with the citizens. And finally, I want to pick up the cyclists and them who win gold in the nationals, and that we continue to shine on the international scale. And to the cyclists who died, unfortunately, and the reporter, I think, from one of those media houses, I want to send condolences to the family. And please, drivers, the road is not only one alone. Cyclists are also part of our traveling public, so let us look out for them now. You all have a blessed day, and thank you all so much for the opportunity. Sir.
Thank you, John. For 342-0081-466-5391. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Lucy.
Good morning, 1285.
And how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you this morning?
I'm okay. Morning, Dominic. Good.
Morning,
I want
morning.
to send out the latest birthday to a lady who was 92 years on Saturday.
Okay, nice.
Yes. And since I went to school, I know that lady and she's strong going. And I want to send happy belated birthday to Mr. Iwer George.
Yes.
But I want to say You heard his voice. We have led you to the fire in darkest night. He is close to no other. You know him as a father. You know him as a friend. And you shall live in the goodness of God. 'Cause all your life he has been faithful. And all your life he has been so good. With every breath that he is able, and you shall live in the goodness of God. And you shall live in the goodness of God. Happy belated, Miss Phyllis, and I hope you live to see many, many more. Good morning, Mr. Malcolm, Miss Gemma, Miss Auntie, Miss Thomas, Miss Abamano, and Mother Tonapuna, you know 1285 love, yeah? And my guru, my educational officer, Mr. Chan. Morning, Sharon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I love listening.
Yes, darling.
Yeah.
I ain't seen my boy calling back.
Which one was that?
Leave it there. Caller, good morning.
Morning again, Lucy.
Morning.
When you get a chance, I want you to play All Are We One Family by Lord Nelson, please.
All right, no problem.
Special request.
No
Yes,
problem.
knows to who.
Oh, gosh. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Brucey. How are you, darling?
Hi, good morning, Miss Anne. How are you going? I'm fine.
I am good. Long time.
Yes.
I have called in. Good morning to Sharon and Dominic, darling. Good morning.
Morning.
Brucey,
Morning.
before I leave my house on this day, I go in and relax my brain and go and chill out with a friend in St. Joseph. When I pass through the back in the university, come out on the main road, who I could see, music truck, green and black flag going on, and I get tied up in the midst of the thing. Well, here now, boy. I said before people feel
Miss Anne, where you going? They go think you inside the mix. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Morning, mother.
Morning, Dominic, Sharon,
Morning.
everyone else. Good morning. On the newspapers this morning, I pick up something somebody talk about. Trinidad will soon come like Sri Lanka. But what I am saying, what they mean, if they get in, Trinidad and Tobago will be like Trinidad and Tobago, because the last time they were in, they just left money for 3 days to run this country. And THA, before election, they said that the THA overstaffed. When they got in, is how many people they sent home. So I don't know if they're predicting themselves that whenever they get in, they are going to do worse than what they did the last time. Also, I heard a man talk about Mr. Hines, security minister, should do more to protect these people at sea, the seamen. But I want to ask, the things that were in place to protect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, the blimps, the OPVs, the cameras, all these things that they security things that were taken down, they realized why they didn't say anything about that. And the next one said that how since this government came in, they ain't getting no assistance. But they have to remember when Mr. Manning tried to put the smelter to help with the oil money, they have to know who protests and they don't use it. You understand me?
Yeah.
Right. Also, they said crime is not on the land, is not on the sea, is on the land. So let us check back and see where all the things broke down. What PNM were trying to see. Okay? And I cannot understand them. They also said party before country.
So me and one, they tell them go to hell. So which country they referring to? All people are talking about. Then I she tell them go to hell. Okay? All right, this is what I have to say. I'm out for time. Okay, bye.
Yes, madam. Caller, good morning.
Bruce, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Dominic, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Bruce, I never wanted anything from Dr. Rowley. But Dr. Rowley said he don't copycat. And Dr. Rowley come and do certain things similar to the UNC. And I am not going down that road with Dr. Rowley. That's one. Your good friend, Mount St. George, he couldn't help Dr. Rowley in Tobago, but he vexed with me because PNN supporters is voting against Dr. Rowley. So Mount St. George, you on your own. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Remember I told you when Stuart Young was Minister of National Security, he said he was going to put back the facial recognition and fingerprint in the airport, Dominic? And he never put it back. He came after and he said, oh, they're going to get a scanner machine from America. Did you see it in the airport, Dominic? They got it, you know. You know that scanner machine, you just step in and the glass go around and you raise your hand, Dominic?
Yes, sir.
They got it in the airport. When I was leaving, I had to go inside there to scan me. So they got it.
Yes.
But they wouldn't put back the facial recognition and fingerprint in the airport. Like they waited for America to do it for them, Dominic. Dominic, one more thing before I leave. You could remember the chaos machine they were supposed to put in the airport, Dominic? Remember the bacchanal that went on with those chaos machines? And all the big investigation that was supposed to take place? What happened to the investigation? Jordan and them raise up the carpet and they sweep it under the carpet and you never hear nothing about that again. And that is what all you does want to talk about. It had no corruption in the PNM. That is 2 examples I gave already, Dominic. All you start pushing me. Bruce, thanks for taking my call. I will leave it here.
Thank you, sir. And I would ask the question, I mean, someone who travels fairly frequently, right? The very same kiosk machines that Libede is talking about, right? When you know, they have it in the airport in Miami. Like they stop using it, right? Because when you get there, a large number of persons, you would go, they scan your passport, your visa, on the machine. The machine will scan your fingers and so on. They will then take your picture and it gives you a receipt. And that is supposed to expedite your passage through immigration, right? Because the machine checks. Because when you go, that's what they do. They tell you to scan both hands, take your picture, comes up on the system, they see wherever it is, and then, right. So when you come here, just hand your receipt and you pass through. We had that here. Because yes, there was some issue with respect to the contract for those machines. But long and short of it, last couple of times that I've gone through Miami, they're not using it anymore. So I don't know if perhaps that may contribute why our government has decided not to pursue it. Because if they're not using it there, and instead they choose to go through the manual process of having people line up, and it's a lot more people passing through the Miami airport than come through here. So why make it, right? As I told him when I went the other day, the system shut down. So they were basically handicapped. So we had to be standing up there in line waiting until it come back up. Nothing could be done. So we were just waiting. And if you had the machines, could I go through? I'd be talking about thousands of people because we have like 7, 8, 10 flights coming at the same time from different parts of the world because that is really an international airport.
Yeah.
Right? So if the United States, which is making these things, decide that they're not going to use it anymore, why? I mean, so Iwer said that he cited examples of corruption in the PNM. I don't know. If you say so, I don't know that it's corruption. But anyway, yeah, ask the question. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to, I'll invite the Minister of National Security on my show and we could interview him and we could ask him all these,
Dominic.
These questions. So Mr. Iwer could ask for himself.
My thing is this. You talk about the chaos and stuff, right? And then within the conversation now, you talk about that machine that scans the entire body.
Yes.
So when he reached there now, I thought the machine not there. I haven't traveled in a while.
Yes,
so I was under the impression that, okay, that machine is not there neither. So you don't even say, well, okay, that was a good thing. You're real heating, partner. You're real heating. You're real heating.
Yeah.
You're real heating. Yeah. And you're not seeing that. You're not seeing that. You're saying that you didn't want nothing from Dr. Rowley. It's not from Dr. Rowley, it's from the PNM. Right? Let me hear what it is you wanted from the PNM. Let me hear what you wanted to get, something you wanted done. Because there is something that you wanted done. You just can't remember that you come and tell me that here already I'm on in. But I wouldn't repeat it. I will leave it there. We go into the break. Dominic will be right back.
Yes, sir.
And in the air, rock in the air, poison. Lord. Whoa, tell them pass it wrong. Ice, the place allow man and fight. Watch out it. Pick up me out and bad in the people better be causing trouble. Whoa, just watch out me causing trouble. Whoa, everybody buy it. Grandson, one, two. Somebody got a room to mash on this. Run to the back and jump up and hold their head. Bring everything up in the air. One, look, they want me already. They won't put the house, Lord. Lights up, brother. Lights up, boy. This is that kind of shopping. This is not allowed, Lord. Lights up, brother. Lights up. Could have been no one good for them, never listen to me kind of music and rhythm. Love people all over me. Shouting the night when they miss it. Show me rock. Ice, shake up the floor. Well, I'm going to blast up tonight. Because we all can call me. People can come in. Trouble. Just what so we call it trouble. Everybody buy it. Somebody in the room to mash on this place. Run to the back and jump up and put their shell in on the singing. Bring everything way up in the air. Throw them up there. Run to the back and jump up and put their shell in on the singing. Bring everything way up in the air. Throw them up there. Well, make some noise. By chance, anybody came with a cooler? Anybody came with a cooler? You have a chair by you? Climb up on your cooler. 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 Climb up on your chair. Climb up on your chair. No, it's done. Climb up on your pod. Stand up on your pod. Stand up on your pod.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Monday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m. and every Wednesday evening from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, gogi, and nuni. These These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health, performance, and disease. Listen to Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 9:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the Street 919 FM as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079, 516-286-7079, or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com.
Conscious Talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk.
Your child is beginning to discover the world. It's time to let them explore. Clim 1 Plus contains calcium, iron, and vitamins that support their defenses, helping to promote a healthy immune system and normal growth. After all, your little explorer has the whole world to discover. Clim, your love, their future. Clim 1 Plus is not a breast milk substitute. It is specially suited from 1 year onward.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back on the inside. Just a bit of quick information for you. Champions, let's party in fine style around the Gulf of Paria in San Fernando aboard the Sea Champion. Also, yacht lovers, let's get ready to party on the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Yes, and we are taking bookings at this time, so for more information, you can call us at 399-5959, 280-7512, or email coralvisiontt@gmail.com. For all your hardware, building materials, auto parts, small tool rentals, pets and pet supplies, gravel and sand available. Don't forget Powermaster, Optima, Varta, and Megastar batteries starting from $488. It's all at Johnny Q, number 59 Peter Avenue, Woodbrook, and the Johnny Q Superstore in Lowlands Mall, Tobago, off Claude Noel Highway. Just call 63 Tools. And join Pastor Kelvin Harry Narayan and friends for the Way, the Truth, the Life radio program, Radio Ministry, a Church of Life ministry, live on the Street 909 FM every Sunday from 6:05 p.m. to 7 p.m. For further information, you can contact 686-3845 or 349-5178 or 342-7303. Tune in to the Street 909 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life. The Health Store being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Muhammad. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp us at 309-4697 or 620-9379. Yes, so we're back. We continue to take your calls. You can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. Caller, good morning.
Uncle Bruce and me here.
Morning.
Yeah, it's right, Uncle Dominic. Mr. Leave it there. Let me tell you, I am happy to be the only one with Dr. Rowley in Tobago. You know, you feel I'm unhappy? I am happy. Because I know Dr. Tito Rowley, and I know he's a good man, and he's a good prime minister, and I know what he's doing. And you know why I am the only one with him? Because I left Tobago, and I went back home. Or I come back home. And lots of the people who were my age, they remain in Tobago and work with the government. I did not work with the government in Trinidad and Tobago in my whole lifetime. And I built a proper house. You come and see it. A proper house that anybody from Charlottesville or everybody from Charlottesville that is passing down to Mount St. George, they look at my house where it is located and how it is built. And it was done by me. So I know what to do. The others didn't do anything. So they're now looking for what to give them $10,000 as cash and all sorts of things. That is why they vote. But give them some time, and then you will say something else. You just give them some time, because everybody in Tobago protesting now, almost everybody. All the people they're sending home and their relatives and their friends and whatever, protesting about the lies that was told. It was lies and deception, as they say, untruths, uniendos, and I forget what the next one that Mr. Pandey used to say. You understand? Lies, uniendos, and half-truths. That is what was told to the young people in Tobago. That is why they got 14-1. You understand? But all of them now, none of them men working. You come in Tobago, leave your cockroach basement in America and come down here and come in Tobago and see what is happening here that it didn't have here already. Nothing is happening. Nobody working more than those who are already employed. And some of them who were employed are now sent home. You know, they're on the breadline. So you shut your mouth, Mr. Leave it there. Why you don't leave us alone? And why you don't leave the Dr. Rowley alone? Why you don't leave him alone? You stay where you are. Stay up there.
342-0081-4665391. Those are the numbers to call. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Morning.
Bruce, I wasn't going to call in this morning enough, but if you leave it there, leave Mr. Mount St. George alone. He can work good for you. it seems as though you have a serious banker with two men in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Rowley and Mr. Mount St. George. But I want to let you know that they are not on the other side. So leave them alone for me, please. They didn't eat the white fowl. Right? If and whenever you come back to Trinidad and Tobago, I have two items to give to you. A wash pan and a big red underwear to go and sit down by the roadside because you're behaving worse than a fisher woman. Leave Mr. Mount St. George alone for me, please. Don't tickle me this morning, eh? Okay.
There's like 2 mornings in a straight cheating for 6, eh? Yeah. Yesterday was so dread I had to play the disclaimer, Dominic. 3420081 4665391. Those are my numbers. Call me up, guys. Hey. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce and Dominic, morning.
Morning.
Yeah, morning to Mommy Sauce, Mr. Trans, Clem, Mr. Fireman. Bruce and Dominic, I want you all to answer this question, right? I have a friend apply for a ID card, right, in Arima, right? Arima office was closed. They sent her to Sawa to get the ID card, right? To get the appointment. But the person in charge there, right, telling her once she get the ID card in Sawa, she have to vote in Sawa. Hold on.
Bruce, good morning.
Morning.
They said the Arima ID card place is closed. I don't know of that, if it's truth or not, right? But she got the appointment for Sawa, and the lady is telling her if she doesn't vote in Sawa, she would not be able to get the ID card. Is that legit? Could you find out, investigate that for me, please?
First time I'm hearing that, no?
First time I'm hearing that also. So if you could investigate that, because then that seems like some kind of fraud thing.
No, but that's sounding off because, I mean,
yeah,
if the Arima branch where she's supposed to go is closed and they have to refer her to Sawa, then obviously her whole information that is of Arima should be intact. I mean,
and that is something that we have to look into, because I know in San Grande here people just be coming from other places and apply for the thing, but I don't know of this. This is the first time I'm hearing of that, so that's why we say, well, we have to call and find out. So maybe somebody in the authority listening, or and they could rectify that, because to me now this sounding like some kind of voter pardon thing, going on.
Exactly.
You understand? So, because why, I mean, you're a Trinidadian, you have your Trinidad and Tobago ID, and the address is in Arima, but Arima own is closed, right? I don't know, because I haven't really went to the Arima, so I don't know if it's closed completely or just the day, And they give you the appointment for Sawa. Why you have to be a voter for Sawa to get it there? So find out that for me, please, Bruce.
All right, we'll be looking into that. Cause
we'll look into it, right? It sounds kind of weird, but we'll look into it. You all have a blessed day, you and Dominic.
You too, take care.
All right. Okay, bye-bye.
Which we not seeing it?
Yeah, I'm making mischief.
Well, I mean, that's something a little iffy, because, I mean, it is not as if every constituency has an office. So...
Well, they said that's something... That's something real weird.
Yeah.
Something about that is something too Catholic at all.
Somebody probably just doesn't want to do their work and say, it's just a meal today, go somewhere else now. But I will inquire. It's not sounding kosher.
Yeah, because if it is here closed and maybe it's temporarily closed, so they're referring people to Sawa. Okay, no problem. Then when I reach down to Sawa, there's supposed to be person or persons dealing with the people that come in from Arima. Right? So therefore, everything would be done there. These people dealing with the folks that come from Arima, because Arima is temporarily closed. How could you tell the individual that the only way for you to get you have to be voted in Sawa? What kind of madness is that? So when your address come up in ABC and your address is in Arima, Because you don't have you don't have no address in Sawa, so how is that even possible? What are you really doing down there, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I had a driver's license, I live in a ring at time. I can't go St. James or I can't go Karen. Yeah, come on now. Get ready.
Something adding up there. Something adding up there at all. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce, morning. Dominic, morning. Yeah, Bruce and Dominic. Since Lever is so convinced that the cameras in the airport not working, then he maybe should take a package and try it now. Take a package from one of them first.
I think he'll do that. I don't think he'll do that at all.
Because, he speaks on authority, that he know. I mean, if it's something of national security, I mean, you won't go wrong, then you launch it, you tell people about it and you think. But I don't think when you have that working, you won't let people know when it's working and when it's not working. I know you're going to have downtime for it at a certain time, but you won't let people know that. You understand? And because basically, the airport security is mainly, what I call like, they have a good fit, but basically it's talking. They watch you, they just come up on you. Because I remember every time I travel with my brother, they're always on him. While in the line in Piaco, when I'm checking, you see they come in and they put on the rubber gloves and things, they want to open the suitcase, they dig up in the suitcase, and they ain't doing both of us stand up next together, and they bypass me and they go to another person and the thing is. Right? When we arrive in Jamaica, they're doing the same thing. I used to always have to stand up and wait for him. Because they profile people, but he travels a lot more than me and more frequent than me. So I don't know, maybe and then at the time too, he had the old passport when I had the machine readable. So I think maybe those things were a factor, but you don't expect security to give you full details on what they're doing. And guys, you all have noticed, or you ever hear the opposition and then beating the tongue again and talking about the border? You ever hear anybody telling only about how much Venezuelans and them still coming? But you know what I hear? I hear they intercept boats. And they're processing them the same normal way as they normally do, and they're sending them back. But then again, I think the learning point was with the driver who decided to ram the craft, the small craft that they launched into the water to intercept them, the interceptor. Yeah. And what happened? I don't think anybody in Jamaica, in Venezuela, any captain in Jamaica, think they're taking a walk to bring people across here. We're not take that chance again. And I don't think the people like this lady, what's her name, something Gonzalez, what is called she? I don't think with she and the people and them who want to come to Trinidad for betterment and think they would listen to her now and take the chance anymore. Because now that they know that there are offshore patrol vessels working and the chances of them getting away is very slim. So now you won't hear that. But what we were saying before is the likes of the opposition who contributes little to nothing in our parliament and who has one of the highest paid politicians that's sitting as the opposition leader and is always on no-show. She's never there to do a job, and for some reason they don't cut her salary. But we're not hearing these things anymore. So this government has been approaching the issues and fixing it, and we've seen the results, but we just don't talk about it. And I think we should more talk about it, because we can't allow the opposition to dictate what we should be talking about. And they're always talking about that nonsense. Thank you very much.
Amen. Caller, good morning.
Yes, I getting on the normal calls. That's why I call WhatsApp. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, but it's breaking up a little bit, but I'm hearing you.
All right, well, yeah. I want to commend the government as well for the beautiful community centers being built. I think you all should take someone out there and get these photographs of them. I am from Cascade. Cascade Community Center is almost completed. Belmont Community Center. It is fantastic. It's a place I think, people should really look upon, and I hope that the people in the community, when it is ready, the best village and the things that is going to take shape there. I want a recovery government for that. The only problem I think that the PNM should do is do the they kind of showcase not only in their platform, but generally what is going on, because there's a lot of community centers being redone and not renovated, being done very, very nicely indeed. So I don't know if you all could get some photograph. I can try and take a photograph as I live up here, a massive community center and a beautiful one painted in red on Gillingham Avenue. I'm just bringing that for a little bit of good news,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, man, take care. 342-0081 466-5391.
They say the government ain't doing nothing, Bruce. I mean, I think there's another community center going up in, is it Maitagral or somewhere in the back there, not too far from my shop.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the Arima Community Center, which they completed, I think, sometime last year. A number of other community centers around the country that are being established for the benefit of these different communities. But again, we don't call the media to see these things, right? The media not interested in that.
No.
They're interested in burn tire because the road bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we like. Yeah?
That's what would work.
Yes. Hey, government can't catch a break at all, boy.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce and Dominic.
Morning.
Morning.
No, remember, I want all people to understand that our national insurance, UTC, and people pension might be in trouble if these people get back in power. Understand? Like that's from the last time when they say they're going to interfere with you. So I want to all right thinkers to give this thing that wisely.
Yeah,
Bruce, thank you.
Yeah, man, bless.
Yeah.
Caller, good morning.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Bruce.
Merry Christmas, my brother. How you doing?
Well, we are listening to you and Mr. Dominic. Morning, Mr. Dominic, sir.
Morning, sir.
Grace and blessings. I'm listening to the audio here this morning. Morning, Miss Sharon Felix. Morning, Miss Tanapuna. Sister Jenny. Mr. Man, morning, sir. Sawaman. Peace and blessings. Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Oui.
Mr. Dominic. I hear the gentleman talk a while ago about centers. We are getting a brand new center in Long Circular here, Mr. Bruce Wayne. Mr. Bruce Wayne, a brand new upstairs and downstairs thing, and preschool too, Mr. Dominic and Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Nice.
Here, that is in the Long Circular, DB Bellevue area. Yeah? So all where they're talking this and talking that, work's been going on. Yeah, big brother, but we as the citizens living in these communities have to highlight. We can't wait for the government to go wrong to highlight this and highlight that. We who enjoying these things when they come, we as the ones have to highlight them and let the people know that things been happening and great things been going on. Yeah, Uncle Bruce?
Yep.
So, peace and blessings. And I'm listening in again, but because I'm listening to Miss Aisha yesterday reading out something from Mr. Gary.
Brother, still in where you going?
But as we on the point of the community center, before we move along, just to reiterate, the entities that are in charge of these community centers. My understanding is the village councils and so on. These community centers, as far as I'm aware, are not intended to be self-sustaining. I think are not intended to be money-making ventures to gouge out the eyes of people who need to use them, right? Because they are constructed at the expense of taxpayers. Yeah. And you've heard stories about keys, whoever in charge of the keys for the thing, and sometimes it's a bacchanal and whatnot and stuff, and persons seeking to access some of these community centers to rent it for whether it's charitable events, weddings, or so on. In some cases, I charge rather exorbitant fees for that, defeating the purpose really of these centers, right? It makes no sense having a center that is shut up because the cost to use it is prohibitively expensive, and so you want to see a holding keys. No, right? There's a purpose for it, community benefit, right? But if it is that the state is spending money to erect these community centers and it is not as accessible to the people for which it was intended, then we have a problem.
Correct.
We have a serious problem. Yeah?
Very much
those
so.
ultimate responsibility for these, I think that falls under community development. I think we need to look into that. Yeah? Because if the people can't access it, then what is the point of us spending money to build it?
One of the classics.
Yeah.
Who are the key? Well, the man went down the road somewhere there, so all call him now.
Yeah.
Where you is it? Watch now. I go in town to come back and all. They'll wait for me to come back and what boy check you right? That your house?
Yeah. You all need to check on yourself. I don't know what the system is and how it operates really. If it is that you have a management committee within the community that is responsible for these facilities. But as I said, let us see some activity taking place in there that doesn't require the persons in the community having to bust their pockets now. Please.
It has so much of different things I could tell you.
Yeah.
And next one is Mavis coming to use the community center. Mavis coming to use what? Not this community center.
Yeah.
You will swear you put
Never did. Yeah.
What the hell is
man. I feel we need to have a chat with whoever is the line minister for the, I think it's Shampa Kujo, because I know when the Arima Community Center was commissioned, she would have been there and she gave us this. So I think we need to try and have a discussion with Ms. Kujo to find out what is the protocol with respect to the management of these facilities, and if money is significant, monies are being charged for the use of these facilities. Where is that money going to? What is it being used for? Right? Because we don't want nobody coming to make any allegations against the government and whatnot, and by extension. Yeah. So we'll look into that. We need to have a chat with our sister Sharon, and perhaps she can help us to facilitate that interview. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Let's hope that those little issues are ironed out.
They need to be. We're heading into election, Bruce, and people seem to be forgetting that. We are in July. An election is due sometime around December, latest January. I think you have up until 90 days or so after the date of when the last election would have been held. But Dr. Rowley is not one to do like Mrs. Prasad Bisesa and avail himself of 3 months and 14 days. Okay? So we are on election footing, even though some people are acting like we're not. Understand that, so to the councillors who are intending or who have intentions of offering yourself to serve again, some of you all have some work to do. My councillor definitely have work to do. Plenty. Okay? I ain't gonna call name yet, but I'm saying you all need to check yourselves, because we made the point before. It is not that people will go and vote for the UNC. They will just choose not to vote for you.
Exactly it.
And a no vote could also cost us the seat. Check all yourself.
Yep.
Right.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Sir Mr. Bruce, and good morning to Dominic.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Yeah, I was going to talk about something else, but I'm glad you jumped on the point with the community center. Right? I just wanted to inform you that our community center, which is Movan Community Center, was the first community center built in the Caribbean.
Okay.
Points to note. And we are the only community center who own have a deed for the land.
Okay.
And when we asked for assistance to rebuild the community center because it was down, they told us that the only way they're going to do it is if we hand over the deed. That is why this community center ain't finished yet. But there are people who are being paid to maintain the community center plus the savannah. And it's our Lavante Regional Corporation who maintain the savannah. But there are companies who are being paid to do that. But all they're telling us, if all they don't give us the deed, we're not going to open that center.
Okay.
So right now, there are things that put in place to recover the money. Because it's an open yet. They built a cow shed first. And we had a plan where we wanted a bridge to go from the community center to the savannah, an enclosed bridge so nobody can fall over because it had to cross a little ravine.
Yeah.
Right? So we put all of that in place, and they tell us that they want to, they want to put a board in charge of the community center. So they're taking away from the hands of the people of Movan. So they want to put a board in place. And if we want to have a meeting in the community center, we have to pay a price to have a meeting. And if we want to have a cultural thing, they will tell us if we could have it or if we could not have it. And the board is not thing. All they're telling us is that 2 members of our committees, 2 members must sit on the subcommittee. Not the committee, And each of the other community like Monipo, Chonapo, and all these other places must have 2 members on the subcommittee also. So they want to take away all the authority from Movan Central and hand it to a board. So whoever in government could put whoever they want and they could tell us. So if we say in that Emancipation Day we want to have a program, they could say, hey, the board could refuse us and say, all right, let we have a pagua. And that is how it is. So they want to import things into Mova and take the authority out of the hands of the people in Mova, because we tell them that we wanted to have like the preschool thing, pharmacy, and all these other things that we want to incorporate. We want to have upstairs where we can have weddings and all these kind of things. All these are the proposals that we put to them. But all the concern of we want the deed. And if all they give we the deed, Dr. Equilium gave us the deed. And the community center was built by the people of Movan. And all they're concerned about is the deed. That is them wicked people and them is about. And that is why the center ain't finished yet. I want all the people to know in Movan, that is why we center ain't finished yet. It has nothing to do with anything else. That greed, they want our deed. We are the only community center in the Caribbean who have a deed for the land. Thank you.
That's someone like a select few doing that, so no, Dominic.
Yeah. But I mean, as I said, it's all the more important for us to have a discussion with the minister. Government. Is there a standard procedure in place for the management of these community centers? And is it that there are entities that are running afoul of that procedure? Because if the communities are not benefiting and these community centers are being constructed with taxpayers' money, then we have an issue. A serious issue at that. We can't be promoting community development and so on, and the facilities are being established and they're not in use as they should be. We have a problem. All right. Well, we definitely had to work on that. I'm gonna call Felix. See what we could do.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning.
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 They just say people is forget, but I want to know who just went. Remember before these people leave the office, this woman say they're going to take everything from us, and they need everything. They say until they're done, when they're done with Trinidad, they're going to Tobago. And I just sit down and listen and I hear them. And I'm watching and I'm seeing everything like they really want to come true. But I talking to God. And God is listening. And he will deal with them. And he's dealing with her, you know. He's dealing with she. She bottomed down the toes already. Thank you, Judy. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Caller, good morning.
Hey, morning, Bruce and Dominic.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Bruce and Dominic, I see the former Attorney General and Rambogan case has been set aside again, postponed because of some constitutional challenge. Now, you see, and this is why it had to get upset about. For somebody of that status, you can't say that be fast forward through the court. Fast forward the case and deal with that and let him be cleared. Now, it's at the time when the charges was about to be laid on him, when they had all the information and the allegations, when they laid the allegations then investigated, they have the witness, they have the evidence, and then they're going to lay the charge on him. He sat as the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, the head of the Bar Association. So I can't understand in this country that you have this man who is have several charges on him, serious charges, but still allowed to practice in court when a matter of principle should have been suspended pending the outcome of his cases. I'm not saying that the man is guilty in any way, neither I'm saying he's innocent, but he has serious questions to answer, and because of you have reached quite day, right? And you don't see it fit to get your name clear as fast as possible because you're saying that you're innocent and finding the loopholes in the law to prolong the case as much as it is, to see if you can get some constitutional ruling that you would not be, and you wouldn't have to go and face the court because the case has not been started as yet. Until they say if the case had been started, there'll be a little difference in terms of his argument. But he put a constitutional argument because remember the last time, I think it was in January, the magistrate or the judge were they set aside the case to start, and he said that they're going to start the case whether or not. But he now uses his senior counsel to fight an argument on a constitutional matter because he does not want the case to start, and that is in my view. I want to be very careful what I'm saying, in my view, because he does not want the case to be started. Because once it starts, it makes it a little difficult for him. So he's now trying to clear his name technically on a constitutional matter without having to answer the actual charges in the court. And hence the reason I am saying to the Law Association, because I've just said that this gentleman, at the time of the charges, sat as the AG of Trinidad and Tobago and the head of the Bar Association, it would make it very easy for you all to ask him to please, take a rest, go on a long holiday pending the outcome of your matter, and then if he wants to get back in the job to do those things, he should stop the delay and the diddle-daddle and all them sort of nonsense that they're doing. Go and if you know you're innocent, play yourself. Go, push your case to start and finish as soon as possible. But when I'm seeing things like this happening, it put doubts in my mind even more. Because he's a gentleman that's known to do some unscrupulous things, because we still have the matter of Section 34, the allegations brought to the Prime Minister on Honeywell, outlining that serious misconduct by the sitting AG that he cleared himself. I mean, we're dealing with somebody who has serious questions over him, hanging over him. And for some reason, the Law Association does not see it that way. They are seeing it as, he's innocent until proven guilty. And I am saying to the Law Association, total rubbish. You cannot be treating the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago like this, because it doesn't apply to everybody across the board. Because there are a lot of people who's languishing in court, who are actually innocent and can't see the day or time in court to get the matter here and to get cleared. But yet still you all seems to be, the way you all acting and behaving, it seems that you are protecting this gentleman. And we as a citizens of Trinidad and Tobago must speak out. The Law Association is not balancing the scales of justice in this country. They complain about the system, they complain about the CJs, they complain about the politicians, they do all the complaining. And they sit right there, and they are part of the problems that we face in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago. And they like it just so, and they have the club, the boys club, but who is who, and they get away with murder in this country. And once you have the court on your side in this country, you can get away with anything. And this is exactly what I am seeing as a citizen in Trinidad, and I'm very angry about it, and I'm speaking out. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bruce.
Morning.
Mr. Dominic, good morning, sir. Mr. Dominic, I've been looking at that same case the gentleman spoke about it. And I'm looking at the Galicia boat acquisition that started too. And look how long these things have been hanging around there, man. Huh? These cases have been just going on the shelf and coming off and going back on the shelf, and these fellas are not being tried honestly. And I say a prayer, and I talk to the Law Association again to try and give the poor man the justice, just like how you give them fellas on top there the justice. Because they're playing around with games, and when you get the final loophole to say something, and then the court say yes, and we can't go with that, and we throw that case. It cannot be so all the time. True. It cannot be so all the time. All right. Now, I heard a fella talk about this facial cameras, but you can't close the cage when the horse done bolt already. That facial camera in the airport, the horse done bolt already. So when he talk about Mr. Young who had to go and put back facial cameras, the race finished already. Because the cameras are not at the Prime Minister residence and all was removed. All of these things were removed. So we don't know who come in here, whether donkey, mule, horse or cat, walk through Piaco Airport and was living in Trinidad and Tobago here, due to the behavior of his leader. Whoever was, and we know who was the head of this country, who was leading this country at the time. We know who did it. And today she doesn't answer no questions, because the media is not going to ask her about these questions, because a certain senator went to the border there and asked them to put on the cameras, and they said they couldn't do it. The board that was representing Piaco Airport. So they didn't answer, and they said they couldn't put it back on. So they had directions from the leader of the party. But our media don't go and ask them to answer this question, but they want to blame everybody for crime who taking place here. And they know what went on in this place. And they know that they created it. You understand what I mean? But we had to get up and do something serious and let them die there and throw blame here and throw mud on the fence and mud to see which piece will stick. We have to stop that. We have to get up and do something, boy. We can't let this country go down in the people. We have to let either the British government or American government send some top-class investigators here and put them people to a test, boy. Have a nice morning, fellas. Good program.
Bless. You know, I think I had, yes. All right, so I'll do that.
You think you had what?
An obituary to do.
Okay.
So I think it's more. Let me check on it quick. So if I could do the both of them one time. Let me take a call in the meantime. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce.
Morning.
Dominic. You see
Morning.
that case with Anna Ram Rogan? Yo, they have all the information. I remember Nelson QC. He plead back and get evidence that, in this case. What is the law association doing with that case? You have a man give evidence for lesser time and pay a fine to call this case, and you have Attorney General, former Attorney General, finding loopholes to keep postponing this case. Bruce and Dominic, that's why crime is running in this country. Because when the criminals them see this, they go to their attorney and they tell them it have loopholes they could use to prolong the cases. Look what is happening with the Law Association. They have a body of attorneys on the other side who want to bring the Attorney General to a meeting. You have men who charge, right? 2 attorneys, and you have them practicing in the Supreme Court of Trinidad and Tobago. What's wrong with the Law Association? What's wrong with the judiciary? The judiciary, the government cannot get involved with the judiciary because it's separation of powers. But what's wrong with the judiciary in this country? Bruce and Dominic? The citizens of Trinidad is watching everything. It have cases right inside there, and it cannot call. You have the evidence, you have men who plead, and it's just going wrong in circle. What's wrong with the judiciary in Trinidad and Tobago, man? And look, Bruce and Dominic, what about that case with that doctor who used that racial statement with the medical board? I think they swap his name or something. So, and you want to face the medical board. All right, fellas, have a good day, man.
Yeah, man, bless. So, guys, at this time, I'm going to do 2 obituaries, and we will continue. We have just a few minutes again inside, so I'll just do that quickly. Street 919 FM has been asked to announce the passing of Shirley Vera Ocha of Teacher Village, Point Fortin, who departed this life at the age of 73 years on Wednesday, the 6th of July, 2022, at her daughter's residence in San Fernando. She'll be lovingly remembered as the daughter of the late Thean and Anthea Ocha, mother of Carla Ocha and Jacquees Bartholomew, adopted, grandmother of Patrice and Daryl Augustine, sister of Joyce, Judy, Rodney, Angus, Ashton, Merlin, Maria, and Ralph, aunt of many, in-law of Cecil Francois, Stephen Along, Keisha Hector, Cicely Ocha, and Ava Ocha. Relative of the Bain, John Lee Su Ling, Broadbelt, Regis, and Lafoucade families, and many others. Friend of many. The funeral service for the late Shirley Vera Ocha will take place on Tuesday, the 12th of July, 2022 at 1 p.m. at the St. Anthony's Roman Catholic Church, Guapo, Capdeville, Main Road, Point Fortin, thence to the Point Fortin Cemetery. Inquiries can be made at Elite Funeral Homes Limited at 648-3462. We have also been asked to announce the passing of Violet Edwards, a.k.a. Vi Vivi, formerly of Parilands Village, Guapo, who departed this life at the age of 82 years at her residence, 83 Hollywood Road, Fanny Village, Point Fortin. She'll be lovingly remembered as the daughter of the late Dolly and Irene Edwards, mother of Valerie, Anslim, Alistair, and Valicia, grandmother of Anderson, Akil, and Akila Stephen, sister of Francis, Camilla, Sandra of the USA, Daminia, Gracie, Linda, Merlin, Theodora, Irma, Glennis, Holder, Muriel, deceased, Stephen, deceased, Denny, deceased, Kenny, and James, also both deceased, aunt of many, cousin of many. mother-in-law of Donnie Morrison, sister-in-law of Annette Edwards, and Herdis Duncan, relative of the Edwards, Millers, Lars, and Johnson families, friend of many. The funeral service for the late Violet Edwards, aka Vi Vivi, will take place on Wednesday, the 13th of July, 2022, at 2:30 p.m. at the Paraland Church of God, Rima House, Paraland Village, Guapo, thence to the Brighton Cato Cemetery. Inquiries can be made at Elite Funeral Homes Limited at 648-3462. So guys, we continue to take your calls. We could take probably about 2 or 3 more calls. You can call us up 342-0081 466-5391. As we get ready to get out of here. Caller, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
Hi, good morning.
This is particularly for Dominic. Good morning, Dominic.
Good morning.
I'm just trying to pick up on a job with you. When you have friends like Mr. Leavitt here, Wall Street and Central, you don't really need any so no. That is all. Bye-bye.
Oh, gosh. Caller, good morning.
Morning, my brother.
Morning, morning.
But lady, good morning. Sour man, morning. Mr. Chance, morning. Jenny, morning. Grandmother in Tobago, morning. Dominic, morning. Mother, morning. And everybody else, Mano, morning. Mova, man, morning. You know something? I had a man. Defend that man. Right, Dominic? Defend that man. Become Attorney General. Anybody ever ask that man to recuse himself, Dominic? You all ever think about that?
Good question.
A man was a man lawyer, defend the man. And when he turned around, become Attorney General and went to the laws in England or UK or Canada or wherever, or wrote a letter to them and tell them what he just did to Trinidad and how he saved the world from men who was poisoning the world. Anybody ever say that this man should have recused himself? Because you know why? It was affecting a particular group of business people by he being alive. But today, it is going to also affect a group of business people if they go to jail. So, they come out to defend. The idea is to defend these people, because think about it. Which part in the world an Attorney General, and here we want to take himself out right there and tell the man to make a contribution to a charity of his choice. That was his doing. But that happened under he. And here we tell him about Prime Minister. This one, somebody described him the other day. The one with the big, is Rodney Charles, who come out and say the Prime Minister, or you have Chinese man. So the Prime Minister should do like the UK President, Prime Minister, and resign. But the Attorney General at the time should have had the testicular fortitude that if the man underneath you, because there is no way Golney could have done that without you having to sanction it. It can't reach the Parliament without passing you as the Attorney General. Not so? So he should have recused himself and leave the job since then. Morality. I tell only a man give the Prime Ministership to a man based on spiritual and moral grounds. These people have not that. That is why I was thinking about it. A man, ask yourself how much time the opposition take the state to court. When you think an opposition take the state to court so many times, do you think anything can happen in the law association? Do you think anything can happen in the court system? When half the money we spend fighting the opposition, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That can't. So they know why would the Attorney General take the state to court to give murderers bail? And you was just the past Attorney General. Why? And you are the same people complaining about crime. Why would you do that? Why would you take the state resources to spend all that time because he knows exactly what he's doing. He is buying time with the intention that they would win election and he would not have to go through this anymore with the help of the Law Association or a group of lawyers within the Law Association, I should say. People only wake up in this country, you know. And then people come and give me Section 34. How extreme you could go towards a society again? What could you do to show? Man, in any part of the world, just what I want to happen in Sri Lanka, any part of the world under that administration, you see the group of people that work with the Prime Minister would have been by her house making noise for them to go. And I'll enjoy it.
And with that, that's all the time we have for today, guys. It was a pleasure being in your company. It was a pleasure having you in ours. We are out of time, not out of things to say. Dominic, any closing remarks?
No. I mean, enjoy the overcast day. I feel I will probably go back in my bed for a few minutes.
Lucky you.
Yes.
Lucky you.
I think I'll work from home today. Yeah, so enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll be back. What today is Tuesday? Yeah, Thursday, God's willing.
Please, God.
Yep.
As we say,
ciao.
Ciao. We out of here, people. Have a great day.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Hi, what's up, TNT? This is Wayne Johnson out of Brooklyn, New York. I always wanted to do something back home, and we're going to be doing our gospel segment on Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM. Listen what I want you to do. Spread the word. Spread the word, TNT. Salvation, full and free. Salvation is for everybody. Mondays from 10 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's 10 p.m. to 12 midnight on 91.9 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
And the people did fear before the Lord. Then
We now
spake
take you
Haggai, the
to
Lord's
our
messenger,
live
and the Lord's
broadcast with
message
Pastor
unto the
Morris
people,
Johnson
saying,
of the Church
I
of the
am with you,
Firstborn Assembly.
saith the Lord. And the Lord stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and the spirit of Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, and the spirit of all the remnant of the people. And they came and did work in the house of the Lord of hosts, their God, in the 24th day of the 6th month, in the 2nd year of Darius the king.
Revelation chapter 12, verses 10 and 11.
Hi there, welcome to the Old Time Gospel Family Radio Station, 24/7 via the internet. Yes, the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Station, program with you in mind. This is Pastor Johnson encouraging you to tell your friends. Drop us an email, church668hope@gmail.com. That is church668hope@gmail.com. The book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 14, from the Amplified Version of the Bible, states, "But the time is coming when the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters covers the sea." Old Time Gospel Hour program with you in mind. For the family, tell everyone. Drop us a line, church668hope@gmail.com. Thank you for tuning in to the Old Time Gospel Family Radio Station. God bless you as you continue to listen.
from my enemies till all my fears are. Let's do that one more time. You unravel me, say it loud. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with song. Deliverance from my enemies. Till all my fears. Now let's shout it out. Say I'm no longer a slave. I'm no longer a slave to fear. Why? Because I am a child of God. Say it again. I'm no longer a slave to fear. For I am a child. I love this next verse. It just says, from my mother's womb, you have chosen me. You have called me by my name. And I've been born again to your family. Hey! Your blood runs through my veins. You got it from my mother's womb. From my mother's womb. You have chosen me. Your love has called my name. I've been born again to your family. Your blood flows through my veins. I'm no longer a slave to fear. Shout it out, say it. For I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear. For I am a child. Now right here in this moment, just lift up your praise in the room. Come on, somebody shout your praise. We're walking in faith. Yes, we're walking in faith. Yeah. I love this part. It says, you split the sea so I can walk around.
All right, it is God's morning to God's people. This beautiful day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it, people. I am a child of God.
One more time, say it. You split the sea, say it. You split
The sea so I can walk right.
You drown my fears. My fears are drowned in
With love, you rescue me so I can stand and sing. I am a child of God. You split the sea so I can walk right. Oh, hallelujah, Jesus. You rescue me so I can stand and sing. I am a child of God. I am a child of God. A child. I thought you were afraid to come on this morning. I thought you were afraid to come in the hot seat. Officer ASP Hill. God's morning to you, sir, and welcome.
God's morning to you, Pastor Johnson. Thank you for having me on your program, and thank you for having the Trying to Make a Police Service in your program.
Yes, sir, yes. I thought you got locked up. All right. So
in the twilight of my career, Pastor
I'm telling you, that will never happen. It wouldn't happen on my watch.
And in Jesus' name, it would happen.
I tell you, that's it. Say it one more time.
In Jesus' name, it won't happen.
All right, all right. The police is very well making its mark. The devil could say what he wants. The devil could try what he wants. It's just a matter of time. The noose is being pulled on the devil in Jesus' name. All right, so, Officer Hill, we have a lot. Last week you left off talking about the bail, not the bail, the bailiff.
The bailiff.
Yes, yes. And a lot to discuss this morning. So I'm no longer fear. I'm no longer fear to what people say. So let's get on the road. So welcome people wherever you are this morning. It's the God's ministry to God's people, wherever you're on God's earth. And that is what it's all about. So we do have from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Officer ASP Hill, and we thank God for him and thank God for what God is doing through the police service in this country. You know, I told my wife and I tell others this week here, I said, you know what? We can pray. And you on the panel on Sunday gone, when we had the scroll read of the Acts, Billy Graham daughter and Lot. Why God allow bad things to happen to people? Why he allow hurricanes? Why he allow storms? Why he allow this and why he allow that? And the answer was because, and I'm going somewhere with this, bear with me a little bit, is because man has rejected God. We can pray how much we want for the crime rate to go down. We can put everything in place. If man does not change, if man is not willing to change, if man does not allow God to change him, God can't do nothing about that. The police can't do nothing about that. I can't do nothing about that. With that in mind, Officer Hill, it's all yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Pastor Johnson. This morning I'll just touch briefly on the bailiffs, the issues surrounding the bailiff. The thing I want the public to know is that the Bailiff Act is being amended. We have two police officers, Inspector Dick and ECP Samaru on that committee. A lot of revisions have been made to the current legislation. And on the website of the Attorney General, if you go to the Attorney General's website, you'll see departments, then you'll see committees, and you'll see there's a committee, there's a question and answer section there. Lots of questions, lots of answers there on bailiffs. But just to quickly tell people, you have the private bailiffs, and then you have the bailiffs, the court-appointed bailiffs. Those now, because the act is being revised, now once bailiffs, and I'm speaking from a police perspective here, excuse me, police officers accompanying bailiffs must be acting on an order of the court. So they're going to, in pursuance of a court order, those bailiffs will go to the nearest police station where they have to execute that order, and they will get police officers to accompany them. One of the things I always tell people is that we as police officers, we perform a broad range of functions. One of the main functions of a police officer is to preserve the peace. In instances such as those, the police officers are not there to assist the bailiffs. The police officers are there to ensure that what the bailiffs do, one, is in consistent with the order, but most importantly, that anyone who interferes with the bailiffs in the execution of their duty, the police officers can arrest them. So the police officers are there to ensure that law and order is maintained. The police officer is not coming there to pick up items if they have to seize items pursuant to a court order and get a bailiff to levy on the person and so on. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is at times persons employ private bailiffs under the common law principle of self-help, where you have landlords seeking to eject persons from premises and so on. Those landlords, they can seek the assistance of the bailiffs, and what they're doing there really is under the common law principle of self-help to recover their property. And the bailiffs, they are acting as agents. They're really acting as agents of the landlord. But if you go, and I want to encourage members here to go under on the Attorney General's website, you have a number of questions and answers, popular questions and answers to those questions on the AG's website. But this morning I want to focus a bit, Pastor Johnson, on strategic goal number 1, community partnership of the police service. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. McDonald Jacob, and his executive, they have rolled out their strategic plan 2022 to 2024 and the operational plan for 2022. And I want to focus a bit on the strategic goal. There are 5 goals. Strategic goal number 1 is community partnership. How does the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service partner with the community, partner with the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? And before I get into the different areas of our community partnership, I want to start by mentioning you, Pastor Johnson. This program, what we're doing here, embodies, underscores, exemplifies that community partnership that the police services is seeking to build, to improve on with the community. When I come on here last week, this week, and on a Sunday, and then we had all the officers who came on before. We had Senior Soup Benjamin, we had Senior Soup Groom, Senior Soup Benjamin speaking about domestic violence, Senior Soup Groom speaking about fraud, we had Senior Soup Senior Soup Walker speaking about anti-corruption issues, Inspector Hernandez speaking about cybercrime issues, and then we had a number of officers dealing with community policing and different aspects of community policing. What we are doing is really building partnership with the community, informing, enlightening, educating members of the public, not just on the laws, but also on policing issues, so you understand when police officers act, you understand the underpinning or the legal authority for police officers' actions. We also want members of the public to understand how the law applies to them. Because many times, people do things not understanding that they are committing an offense, they are breaking the law, and at times they feel that what the police officers' reaction to them is unlawful, is excessive, and at times it may be, but at times, many times, people are not aware of the law and they commit an offense. You know, I tell people I've been a police officer for 34 years, and I always thought the payments to JPs for bail, I thought that was a lawful thing, and that is an unlawful act. You're not supposed to pay the JPs. So the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service seeks to improve, to build and improve on our partnership with the community. We believe that if we work closely with the community understands the role of the police, the role of the community, then as police officers, we will be much more effective. I tell people, in this country, we are around 1.3, 1.4 million people, depending on your source. But the police service is less than 10,000 officers. In fact, the regular police is somewhere around 7,000, and the additional 3,000 are special reserve police officers, roughly. And if you look at the number of police officers who are on duty at any given time, it's a fraction of that 7,000. You have officers who are off duty, you have officers who are on vacation leave, on suspension, on sick leave. And I always tell people, we do not have a CCTV camera on every pole. We do not have a CCTV camera on every rock, on every tree. For many times, crimes occur, things happen. We rely on members of the public to assist us in performing our duties. And that's why it is so important to have that strong community partnership between the police service and the community. So I want to give you all an idea of what some of our initiatives in building that community partnership. I want to start by talking about our Media Ambassadors Initiative. Excuse me. If the listeners recall, almost every morning during the week, we have police officers on the television. On a Monday, we have police officers on two stations, one in Tobago, one in Trinidad and TTT in Trinidad, Tobago, Channel 5. On Tuesdays, we have police officers on TV6. On Wednesdays, we have a police officer on Synergy TV. On Thursdays, on CNC3. And we now have a police officer on WESN TV. And I was on another TV station for a while.
And don't forget on Sky and on the street every Tuesday morning. Come on, and the old time gospel hour.
I started off.
All right. My apologies.
I started by mentioning this program. Every Tuesday, I mention a number of the officers, most of the officers who came on. We had ASP Groom, we had Inspector Hernandez, we had Senior Soup Benjamin, Senior Soup Walker, Senior Soup Simon. We also had PC Price, WP Inspector Sergio, Inspector Michelle Lewis on the program. We had a number of these officers twice. So I am about the 10th or 11th officer appearing on this program. We also have officers on the Sunday program and also on the prayer forum on Friday nights. So I want, I want people to understand how we have engaged the public. So that's our Media Ambassador Initiative on the weekdays, on the morning programs. We also have, importantly, our town meetings. And in our town meetings, we bring out, Trinidad and Tobago is divided into 10 divisions. And I'll run through the divisions. The divisions are Port of Spain, Eastern Division, I want to start Tobago Division. Tobago is a division by itself. Then we have the Eastern Division, the Sangre Grande area. Then we have Northern Division, was recently divided into two. Northern Division North, which is headed by Mr. Papanet, Northern Division, North Central, headed by Mr. Ramphal. We have Northeastern Division, based headquarters in Mova, headed by Mr. Maraj. Port of Spain Division, headed by Mr. Brandon John. Western Division, headed by Mr. Remy. Central Division, headed by Mr. Simon. Southern Division, headed by Ms. Winchester. And we have Southwestern Division, which is now headed by Mr. Tiwari. In each of those divisions, the police service holds town meetings. And in those town meetings, we bring the top executive of the divisions. The divisions are headed by a senior superintendent. I just mentioned the names of all the officers. Headed by a senior superintendent, supported by two superintendents, and then you have assistant superintendents, inspectors in charge of stations, and so on. But divisions, two divisions are under the supervision of an assistant commissioner. So Tobago and Eastern Division is headed by Mr. Moore. Then you have the Northern Division was headed by Mr. Samaru. We recently have a ACP responsible for that. So we have two divisions. Two divisions are headed by ACP. In those town meetings, the ACPs, the Assistant Commissioners of Police, are present. The senior superintendent in charge of the division is present. And we bring out the first division officers in the divisions. But most importantly, the inspector in charge of the station that's responsible for the district where the town meeting is held, he or she is present. There, we tell the community what we are doing, but most importantly, we listen to the views of the community. When we have these meetings, we walk around, we canvass the area, we put out notices on our TTPS Facebook page, we send out flyers, and we invite as much persons as possible. I'm happy to say I've attended a couple of those meetings. I attended one of the meetings in Woodbrook. And you have like almost 100 persons attending. And we listen to the concerns of members of the community. The officers, the inspectors in charge of those stations, they give the residents their personal phone numbers. And we try to be as responsive as we can to the concerns of the members of the community. So that's the town meetings. We have station council meetings at the station level. At the station level, we have committees, which includes people like the regional corporation, the business community, NGOs. Those meetings are headed by the inspector in charge of that station. And there we look at the burning issues of the community. And we try to implement things such as SIPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. So we work closely with the regional corporation. So for example, if we have a street that has poor lighting, overgrown bushes, derelict vehicles on the streets, you submit your recommendations, and we, the police, we work closely with the regional corporation and all the other relevant government stakeholders to try to rectify those issues. So if you have a street where there isn't much lighting and we see that crimes are occurring on that street, we talk to T&Tech and try to get the lights going. If we notice that there's a street where there are abandoned houses and so on, we try to get in contact with the owners of those premises. Overgrown bushes, derelict vehicles, we try to get in contact with the owners of those properties and try to get them off the streets and so on. And if it comes down to that, we may have to prefer charges against the owners of those vehicles and so on. Then we do that. So that is at the station level. We also have a weekly media briefings in the TTPS. I, as the public information officer, I chair those meetings. So there we bring the senior superintendent in charge of the divisions and most of the important sections and branches like the fraud squad, the professional standards bureau, the anti-corruption investigation bureau, the financial investigation bureau, the complaints division, the professional standards bureau. And they talk to Trinidad and Tobago. We tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago what we are doing, how we are doing it, what are some of the challenges we face, and how we can work with you. And we field questions from the media. We have exhausted, so I want people to understand that there are 10 divisions. So that's 10 weeks. 10 weeks. The year has 52 weeks. So we've exhausted those 10 divisions. We've exhausted all the major divisions. So now, what you will see happening is when there's something of national importance, you see the public information officer, the commissioner of police, sometimes the commissioner, the deputy commissioners of police, they come out and they address members of the public. But importantly, every weekday, we have a program called Beyond the Tape. The host there is a superintendent, Mr. Roger Alexander, together with Marlon Hopkinson, and there we discuss a number of different crime issues facing the country, and we field questions from members of the public. So in addition to those morning segments, the weekly media briefings, the station council meetings, the town meetings, we also have that program every weekday hosted by Roger Alexander. But we also have the TTPS website. We have the TTPS website where we put out our media releases to inform the public about different policing initiatives, different important bulletins and so on. When we make big seizures, we charge persons, especially for murder and other serious offenses, gang-related offenses, trafficking and personal offenses. We have the TTPS website. We have a TTPS Facebook page. We're also on Twitter and Instagram. But I also want to talk just a little bit about our community-oriented policing section, which we also refer to as COPS. Because we feel that the community is very important. So in each division, we have a community-oriented policing section. And this community policing oriented policing section is really divided into 4 areas. We look at the police youth clubs. We have the tourism-oriented policing section, which initially started in Tobago, was the brainchild of the THA in collaboration with senior officers to treat with the volume of tourists. And through the assistance of embassies, officers learn basic foreign language such as German. And it's also important to have a police presence in the areas where tourists are concentrated, especially in the Crown Point area in Tobago, to provide additional assistance to tourists. So it started there, but it has spilled over into Trinidad, where the tourism-oriented policing is a little bit different from the tourism-oriented policing in Tobago. We also have our customer service representatives, which deals with both internal and external issues. Internal issues, the CSR deals more with our members and issues that they may have, but externally, which is where the public comes in, we have CSR reps in the stations. So if you need some follow-up with your report to find out what's going on and so on, we have reps in the station. We also have, which is the 4th limb of really the community policing, is really the traditional and more hardcore community policing issues, where we look at the issues, where we work with schools, we work with organizations, touching on every issue in the communities in Trinidad and Tobago. So we in the TTPS, we feel that working with the community is important. I also want to mention, as the head of the corporate communications unit of the police service, we respond daily to questions, issues, concerns about policing matters. One of the things that people always inquire about is certificates of character. If you write to the corporate communications unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service on almost every policing matter, we respond to you as quickly as possible. I can tell you that without fear of contradiction. As the head of that unit, we get questions daily from members of the public on a broad range of issues that we respond to. So the police service is very mindful of the importance of our relationship with the public. We feel it's important to let the public know what we are doing, how we are doing it, how it impacts you, how you can assist, how you can improve your compliance with the law. We provide safety tips on a broad range of issues. We try to be as proactive as possible. So we believe in the police service that it's important, if we can prevent a crime, it's more important to prevent a crime rather than to solve a crime. What we've done, and Dr. Niles, who is also one of the persons on the program on a Sunday with me joining Pastor Johnson, he is one of the people. Recently, we've launched initiatives such as our community justice project, where we've partnered with over 40 attorneys to provide free legal advice to members of the public. But Dr. Niles and a number of other professionals have partnered with the police service. Over 100 professionals have volunteered to assist the police service to treat with issues such as domestic violence, we recently launched our dispute resolution center, and what we found is that within recent times, a lot of our murders are either domestic related as a result of relationships and so on, or altercations and issues related to land. Within the last month, we had 2 incidents of individuals killing their parents over land. So what we found recently, and the commissioner mentioned it, that when we look at the categories of murders, 2 categories in particular, disputes and intimate partner relationships, those 2 categories now are exceeding the number of gang-related murders. So we see these 2 as 2 emerging issues. So we partner with a lot of psychologists and so on, people who have expertise in alternate dispute resolutions, to partner with us to provide free advice, counseling to members of the public to try to reverse this new trend that we see emerging. But I realize that we are now beyond the half-an-hour point, so I will now open the floor to questions.
All right, so just before we do that, Officer Hill, thank you very much for all that information, and I hope people made note. They mightn't be able to write everything, but at least they could take some. All right, because it's very important, and those are the things we base questions on. But just before we do that, let's just pay some bills and come right back with ASP Hill. You're listening.
Simpsons Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpsons Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners' cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
Take me to the king. I don't have much to bring.
Have you heard the Power Preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took.
So you did not have much money and you give it anyway, and Jesus took the gift that you give, and that's why Morris Johnson and all who we bring on are here. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you have the opportunity to ask your questions, be to the point, and give the officer an opportunity to respond. That is all we ask. So let's use just one phone. All right, we'll use 2. 753-1113, 753-1113, and 737-4673. So 737-4673 is for WhatsApp, and 753-1113 for normal calls. Normal calls, 753-1113 and 737-4673 WhatsApp calls. We go to the phone lines. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
God's morning to you, Pastor Johnson.
Welcome, sis.
And ASP Hill. ASP Hill, I know that you and the commissioner and your people are doing your best, trying your best to get results and have a good relationship with the public. But up to yesterday, a relative of mine went to the Arena station to lodge a complaint about another family member. And she was directed to go back to where she resides in another area. And, the back and forth. So you are saying one thing, and you have good intention, but when you go to these outlets, these are the experiences that people are having. Do you have a number that people can call you on and lodge a complaint when they are getting the to-ing and fro-ing pertaining to issues? Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much. Stand by, please. Caller, you on the air. God's morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to the power preachers.
Welcome, sir.
And Officer Hill. I heard you speak about many different things. You cover a distance, an area, educational. But I haven't heard you mention about the parents who are delinquent, where the children are concerned. Even in the school, children not even attending school, in the home, parents cannot speak to children, and the community policing are there, I understand, to fill this area. What are the officers, the police services doing concerning those parents who need to get pulled up? I will listen off here.
All right, thank you very much. So whilst you wait another call, Officer Hill, you can address those two questions, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and let me just say I'm happy that the first caller, I'll treat with first, spoke about reporting, and they're still being given the runaround when they go to stations to make report. I want to tell callers that you can call while I dealt with the community partnership and our relationship with the community and so on, and I just touched briefly on the issue of bail. You can call and ask me any question that you want to. So let me deal with one, the open door policy. What happened? Let me apologize on behalf of Mr. McDonald Jacob, the executive, and the entire Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for what the lady reported. That is absolutely wrong. That is totally incorrect. That report should have been recorded and transferred to the station concerned, and the officer from that station should have contacted the lady. So that's wrong. Her report should have been recorded and given a receipt. I will speak with Mr. Paponet about that as the senior soup in charge of that division. Northern Division North. I'll personally speak to Mr. Paponet about that. That is entirely wrong. We are here talking about our one-door policy, which was initiated under Mr. James Filbert's leadership. And it's just that you can make your report anywhere to any station. You get an accident in Point Fortin and you didn't report the accident anywhere, you report the accident in Kumuto Police Station, they are obligated to take your report. You come to make a report of any nature in whatever station. What I tell people do is if you get in an accident in Point Fortin and you report the matter in Toko, in Grandi, in Kumuto Police Station, the matter will be investigated by an officer in Point Fortin. So at some point in time, you would have to return to Point Fortin Police Station. But the report should have been taken at Arima Police Station. So I apologize to the first caller on behalf of the commissioner, on behalf of Mr. Paponet, and I will personally speak to him about that. We get lots of reports of that nature, and police officers are still doing that. It's wrong. They are supposed to take the report at the station, give you a receipt for your report, and relay the report to the station concerned. So that's the first thing.
Just before you go on to the other one, could you take another call and just make note of it?
Sure.
Caller, thank you. Caller, God's morning, welcome.
Hi, good morning to you both.
Yes.
Yeah, my question to the officer there. Could you tell me exactly if a police station is supposed to be locked at night? Because we're having some experience down here in the Carenage police station, which I intend to let the member of parliament follow it up. right, in this constituency. Whenever you go there after 8 night, you wouldn't believe the doors being locked. Hello?
I'm not aware of that. I know our service is 24/7. So
I know that too. You understand me? But I intend to let Dr. Rowley know about it because that is his constituency. I am telling you that the door is being locked. And if
So I will
speak. I don't know if one police officer by the desk.
All right, caller. Let the officer respond. All right, thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
Yes, so I'll speak with Mr. Remy, Mr. Anthony Remy, who is the senior superintendent in charge of the Western Division. I will bring that to his attention. So that is a no-no. The station is supposed to be open 24 hours a day, every day. Christmas, Boxing, New Year's, Old Year's, 24/7.
Officer Hill, you know what is a good suggestion? When I was working fire service, sometimes the person in charge of the fire service, sometimes he will just show up unexpectedly, you know, and I think that is a good thing, because if you go to Malabar and you go to Sangre Grande and some of these stations, you will see what's happening.
Right. Let me say that I've been a police officer for the past 34 years, and I am at the rank of inspector. I'm acting assistant superintendent, and I can tell persons that the SOs on visits and inspections have not changed. So we have police officers now. We have first division officers visiting routinely. There is always a first division officer who is on call 24 hours a day in every division of this country. There are inspectors on call every day. There are duty sergeants every day of the week. So the visits and inspections by inspectors and first division officers have not changed. But there is a first division officer from the rank of assistant superintendent on call in every division. There is an inspector on call every day, and there is a duty sergeant on call for a specific station every day.
But is it that, like when you said FSO? No, the FSO is fire service.
Fire services, FDO, first division officer.
Yes. Now, when that person is going out, he's radioing that information that he's leaving to go to this wherever?
They do it in different ways.
So you find if that is done, then they will get the information, so they will make sure that they are, in place. So just something, to think on. Let's take another call, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, is there another caller?
Yes. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning.
It's morning again, Pastor
Johnson.
Johnson. Yes. See that, Pastor Johnson, you see that suggestion you gave to the officer is excellent. What the commissioner, what ASC Hill, what all the top ranking people in the TTPS, even ministers and even the prime minister, they have to do? They have to go to the station, they have to go to their ministries unannounced.
Yes.
I think the George Chambers, Prime Minister George Chambers, my father, they say, that is what he used to do. I do this ever saw the movie Undercover CEOs dress down and go to different outlets that they have to see what their problems are and how they can fix it. So what you think is excellent.
Yes,
go unannounced, dress down, go unannounced, and you will be able to see for yourself what is going on.
Exactly.
And I say that out to all the ministers and the ministry and our prime minister, everybody.
Thank
That's
you.
what you have to do. Unannounced.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sis. Yeah, and you see the same thing is Officer Hill. Listen, there's a breakdown in law and order in this country. And why? Because people are not willing to work. So you see it in the schools.
True.
Yes, you see it in the schools. Parents are not going to their PTA meeting to check on their children. Supervisors are not checking on the schools to make sure that these teachers are in the schools. And the list goes on and on. But in this particular instance, we're talking about the police. We take another. Let's take another call and then we give you the rest of the time too.
After answer, want the caller on the community.
I know. Just make note and then we'll do it. All right. The person left. Go ahead, please.
Right. So, with respect to the working with the parents, and I know Superintendent Ram Kilawan, head of the community policing, oriented policing section of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, is listening. We work with the schools. We work with the communities. I know under the leadership of Commissioner Stephen Williams, that after school, that homework program in Sandy Grande, I understand, was a smashing success. So we are working with parents. I know Mr. J.C. Small, Ms. Williams Goddard, and Mr. J.C. Small in Central, Ms. Williams Goddard in St. Joseph, Mr. Shabodi in down in St. James, and all the other leaders of the community, the police clubs. They're doing a fantastic job. But it's only so much that they can do. It is something that I'm going to mention to Mr. Ram Kilawan and those youth club leaders, but I know it's only so much the officers can do, as well as the parents. But it's something that I'm going to remind them about. But I know that officers are working assiduously in those divisions, in those police youth clubs, in those community policing units throughout Trinidad and Tobago, really trying to address the needs of the communities, and it's something that I really hope members of the public really take note of, that we are not just about arresting people and going in with warrants and, breaking down doors when we have to, when we are authorized to do so, and so on. But we are interested in the community. So we are doing what it takes to work with members of the community. School violence is something that's emerging. If I tell you of the different initiatives, we have safety officers, additional patrols, schools we are focusing on, close relationship with the principals, outside of the community, the police youth club and the community policing initiatives. I know I speak with people like Mr. Ramphal and the other officers, that they understand the issues and they are responding to them. But I will remind those officers that I mentioned earlier on, the heads of those divisions, and especially Mr. Ram Kilawan, who's in charge of the community policing, oriented policing section, about the communication and the collaboration with the parents, the children in those schools.
All right. So we had a caller. All right. Let's take this call. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Pleasant morning, your 90-year-old friend from yesterday.
Welcome.
Yeah, commendation to the officers for the work they are doing.
Is it that you said 94 years?
Pardon?
Is it, you said what? What you said, friend from yesterday? What friend? 94 years?
Remember I called
I know.
Years and you tell me I saw my life 45?
45. Go ahead.
So it's me again when I get the chance to call.
You were commending the officer.
To Constable Leonard, Officer Leonard Hill. Officer Hill? Do you know that name?
Yeah, Mom.
Leonard Hill. Yeah. All right. What I want to say is I love the idea when you spoke about teaching languages. We need to know German. We have a German embassy. My husband worked there for 50 years. Unfortunately, he was deceased in December, and he spoke German fluently. He was a front desk officer, and everybody loved him. So let's get cracking with the languages. German, Spanish, French, whatever. Get your police officers involved too. My son did some languages at school. He's an officer now. So I love you for him. All right, but I will call and I thank you for coming to share what the police is doing for us. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me say that.
Very nice of you, ma'am.
We have an app on the TTPS app that translates so members of the public who speak languages other than English in some of the more popular foreign languages, that they can report a matter on the TTPS app. It's translated and it goes to the command center. So I just wanted members of the public to know that. And what we also have courses in conversational Spanish and some of the other popular languages, so that our officers will be better equipped to perform their functions on a daily basis, especially with the high influx of foreign nationals, particularly from some of our neighboring countries.
Yes, so you're listening to the Old Time Gospel, our family radio station here, where we simulcast with the street and the sky every Tuesday morning about this time, and we do have the Law and You, in particular the police TTPS, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, where they bring information to the public and give you answers to your question. You can call us on 753-1113 if you have a question or comment, or WhatsApp 737-4673, 737-4673. One of the things also that it used to happen in Fire Service, Officer Hill, was that sometime the officer go and he start a little fire, and he called the fire service. He called the area, like San Juan Fire Station. I was there, and to see the response that the fire station, the fire service, or the officers will take to get there. All those are initiatives that help, improve the service. So that is something that we can look at. But we have a call. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Yes, Pastor Johnson. Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Now, you spoke about it, you mentioned just now about police breaking down your department and so on. Now, I have a problem. Roughly more than 2 years ago, a tenant of mine, I'm speaking from San Fernando, a tenant of mine, we go to the same church, and because of how I'm a Tuesday then she became my tenant. She had to train and come, right? But I understand she was very dishonest and very, time looking at him. And after 2 years, she started giving back my rent. But she left, leaving some things, some of the things were still unoccupied in my premises, right? And I decided that unless she didn't pay me, she won't get her things. One night in question, she come with her Bajon family and 2 police officers, WPC, I don't know what's the name again, Mead and Nixon Brown, and so on. And they told me that I cannot impound her thing, give her, and in other words, then I have to put her right now. I cannot find out to send a solicitor letter for her. So what is my position? They told me that they could come and break down my in the morning and to get her things. So then I have to give her things, and then the next day they did give me an address where to find her. So my Balconda phase 5 and 6.
So caller, what is the question, please?
The fact is, what the way how I get it, that they call me because they told me that is a matter
but for you're running out of time. Caller, you're running out of time. The officer will not be able to address it. We have to cut off just now. So if you have a question, please ask the question. Thank you.
Yes. The fact is, people come in all the time to her asking me for Amanda.
You see, you're calling people name. Office, caller.
Let me see if I can help the gentleman.
Yeah, please go ahead, officer.
Yeah, let me see if I can help the gentleman. So, if you feel that you have been wronged both by the officer and your tenant, you have a range of options. With respect to the officer, you have the 3 options. You can go to the Police Complaints Division. That's at 112 Henry Street, Port of Spain, Matco Buildings, the red building opposite Royal Bank, and just before, on the same side, just before Republic Bank on Henry Street. You can go there And the Professional Standards Bureau and the Police Complaints Division, they are based in that building. The Police Complaints Authority, it's in the Twin Towers on Ryson Road. So you can, if you feel that the officer's actions were unlawful, you can report the officer there. With respect to your tenant, you have to engage the services of an attorney at law and get some legal advice with respect to the actions of your tenant.
Thank you. Caller, if you need further information, you can. Is there a number you can call quick? You could get save your pen and paper, caller, where you can get this. Yes, you still with that. Go on. I have to leave you alone. Yeah, you don't want to put me in trouble. All right. So yeah, because I mean he going down a road that really not going to, that we really don't want to go down. Yeah, we're trying to help him. So we have a final caller. You got to be very short to the point. Caller, please go ahead. Morning,
Pastor Johnson and Officer Hill. In regards, I always say that persons doesn't want to work. A lot of the times men put real hours out and then they tell them stand down. That's one thing. Second thing I want to find out is if there's any law in place whereby with the shrine of the LGBTQ flag, right? In our country where the law, we have laws that is against such practice. I don't know if the officer could enlighten us a little bit by flying those flags. It is not inciting things that are being prevented in our land.
All right, but you were not listening Sunday. You need to keep listening. All right. On Sunday, Officer Hill clearly stated that the buggery law in Trinidad and Tobago for adults, consenting adults, is under. Take it up from there, Officer Hill, quick, please.
That is correct. Yeah. So Justice Devendra Rampasad ruled that the relevant sections of the Sexual Offences Act is null, void, of no effect until that decision has been repealed. Until that decision has been overturned. The decision of Justice Rampasad stand. The other thing is, I'm not aware, I don't know, and maybe somebody else might be able to help me, but I don't know that the mere fact that you're flying, you have a flag that depicts the LGL, whatever community, I don't think that per se is an offense. I don't think so.
Caller, you'll have, if you want to engage, caller, you could get whatever facts you want, and on Sunday, please, God, Officer Hill will be with us. All right?
Okay, then.
Yeah, because you're running out of time. Thank you. It's a pity you didn't call earlier on. Thanks. Yeah. All right, Officer Hill, this is going to be a last. Well, you're on pre-retirement, so you're not last. So go ahead. Just take about 30 seconds and bring us in, please.
Yeah, I want to, just remind people that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Services here. We're here to serve you. Our motto is to protect and serve with pride, professionalism, respect, integrity, dignity, and excellence. That's our motto. We're striving to do that under the leadership of Mr. McDonald Jacob. We really intend to work with the community to provide a safer and more secure Trinidad and Tobago. The only way we can do that is if we work with you. We're not out there. We cannot be on every street corner, in every house, in every school, in every business place. So we rely on you. So we just wanted to let you know that these are some of the initiatives we have to work with you so that you understand what we do, our role, our function, our authority, and how you can assist with that.
Thank you.
With that, I want to, thank the Lord and that He continues to watch over this country.
Amen to that, and thank you very much to ASP Hill. And just before they cut me on the street, I just want to remind people, in order for this, what you're getting here, to continue, we need your financial support. Go to any First Citizen Bank in your area. The account is in the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly, and the account number is 795-222. We will be back on the street on Friday evening at 9 p.m. and on Sky tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You have the best day of your life in Jesus' name. And Officer Hill, thank you very much for just coming and educating the public and helping us to better understand how Trinidad and Tobago can become a better place.
Thank you very much. And
yes.
God's morning to you and God's Blessings for you and your family for the rest of the day.
Yes, thank you. Same to you. Thank you very much, officer. All right, people. So, again, all right, every day of the week, we are here. Like, the police said they are there every day. We are there every day. We are here to help you to better understand your place in our society. All right, the police can't be everywhere. Neither I, neither anybody else. Only God. So we're going to keep praying. We're going to keep doing what we have to do. But at the end of the day, the individual responsibility. You have a responsibility to report a crime. You have a responsibility to accept the Lord Jesus Christ. You have a responsibility to do what is right. Thank you very much.
Live broadcast with... This concludes the live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. See you next week, and God bless.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
Are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
The Gap Man Limited specializes in products that cater to all your health needs. The Male Enhancement Package targets the areas of the body that contribute to erectile dysfunction. The Male Enhancement costs $1,400. The Gap pills are priced at 250 pills for $500 and 500 pills for just $900. For the best in eye care, get the super combination of a Super Bright and the Body Healer. To improve the heart's function and circulation, get the Gap pills and Formula C. To get a total body cleanse daily, use the Gap Body Healer and Big C, all for a super low price of $1,300. To order your products from the Gap Man Limited, call 628-4531 for products that cater to all your health needs.
For more info, contact 476-7268.
Tune into the Street 91.9 FM.
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Trinidad and Tobago, those of you that are listening via the internet, this is the Health Guru. And tonight I want to talk to you about some fascinating products that we have, products that can help you to get well and to stay well. And even if you are well, it will help to keep you being well. Tonight I want to talk to you about the importance of cleansing your blood, and not just only cleansing your blood, the products that we have to do that. It's important to note that when the blood oxygen is transported in the blood throughout the body. So the body receives its oxygen via blood, because blood again transports oxygen. And so if you have a problem with your blood, if you have thick blood, dirty blood, it can create several problems. It can create problems like one, stroke. It can create a stroke. Most people do not understand that a stroke is the interruption of oxygen to the brain, whether it be lack of improper blood flow to that brain caused by diabetes, high blood pressure, stress, whatever it is. The brain is starved of oxygen, and as a result, certain parts of the brain